I open this hearing in the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the provisions of the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I'm Senator Sheldon, the chair of the committee, and I'm joined by other committee members in person and on the phone. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as chair, I'll ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. Now welcome representatives from in person and via teleconference from Deakin University, Regional Universities Network and the University of Wollongong. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, I'm Professor Sue Bennett. I'm here for the University of Wollongong. I'm the Interim Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Academic and Student Life.
Thank you.
Alec Webb, Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Universities Network.
We go to Deakin University.
Ian Gregory Martin, Vice-Chancellor, Deakin University.
David Reeves, Senior Advisor to the Vice-Chancellor, Deakin University.
Good, thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Maybe if we just go in the same order.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Although our preference is for an uncapped system, the University of Wollongong welcomes these amendments to the ESOS Bill because they bring certainty, transparency and fairness. We strongly support the government's proposal to revoke Ministerial Direction 107 and advocate for this to happen as soon as possible. This will allow universities such as Wollongong to begin the work of rebuilding our international student recruitment, which has been severely impacted. And in fact, we'd like to see the government go further and initiate an overhaul of student visa processing to ensure quality and integrity.
Thank you. Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Chair. The Regional Universities Network remains deeply concerned about this legislation. Its application to Australia's high-quality, low-risk public universities has never been properly or consistently justified. It gives a minister unprecedented and unnecessary powers to politicise a major export industry. The caps for 2025 will be entirely theoretical while Ministerial Direction 107 remains in place. Why? Well, it currently takes 12 to 16 weeks to obtain a student visa. Unless Ministerial Directive 107 is revoked today, it will continue to prevent international students from coming for the start of the 2025 academic year. In responding to Ministerial Direction 107, some regional universities have changed their enrolment practices and reduced their international enrolments. As a result, they have received punitive cap allocations that offer little to no growth, certainty or sense. In many cases, this runs counter to the intent of the policy. Any symptomatic relief provided by 2025 caps is no cure for 2026 and beyond. Regional universities need a pathway to recovery and sustainability. They require a visa processing regime and a cap methodology that provides certainty, transparency and repeatability. This bill and its associated cap methodology failed to deliver on both. I provided this committee with a more detailed written statement for your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks. Now let's go to Deakin University.
Thank you, Chair and fellow senators. Australia should be incredibly proud of its international education industry. It's achieved a great deal for our country over the last 3 decades. But if we are to continue to deliver on that benefit and improve that, we need policy settings that are clear, transparent, and very importantly, stable for the medium to long term. This is a long-term commitment by institutions and students that takes 3 to 5 years from idea to a student arriving. And it is important our policy settings reflect that, something that's absent currently. It's also important that the system is underpinned by quality, and we have no problem thinking about making sure that this is a quality mechanism mirrored in our planning, the decisions we make, and the implementations we put in place. But for all of this to work, we need a system and a mechanism within government that reflects that reality. We need timely, clear, transparent visa processing that means that we can work through with clarity for both institution and student. And as my colleagues have said, Ministerial Directive 107 has severely undermined our ability to work in that way. But also importantly, we need to reflect that this is not simply a supply side equation from Australia. We need to make sure the system looks at demand side and we can work with global partners. The system must reward quality, it must give us certainty, and it must enable us to, as we have been asked to do for so many years, diversify both source country and field of study. Whilst Deakin welcomes the cap allocation that we've received, many of the deficiencies that have been identified by colleagues remain of great concern to us, but particularly MD 107 and the inability to plan beyond 2025 with the current approach to allocating numbers.
Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here to give evidence. We are most grateful. Mr Webb, can I start with you? The Minister, when he announced student caps, said that the regional universities would be winners out of the announcement. What do you say in response?
Thank you, Senator. That claim certainly caught the attention of the Regional Universities Network, and what I'd say is that for some universities, winning has never felt so much like losing. While the cap across the regional universities appears to allow for some growth in 2025 from 23 levels, they remain strongly below pre-pandemic levels. And that's a level that regional universities have been strategically planning to achieve over the long term as we rebuild our international student cohorts. And I'll give you an example, if I may. While I can't go into full details for all of my members here today, I'm happy to provide those to the committee in confidence. What I would say is one university in particular, who has given me permission, Charles Sturt University, pre-pandemic had approximately 3,000 international commencements a year, and they've been looking and planning to return to that number. Their cap for 2025 is 1,000. So whilst that is growth from where they currently sit in 2023, that is, inescapable when we think about it. What we're seeing here, though, is they have no certainty to plan to get back to that level for 26, 27 and beyond. And universities, as we know, yes, they operate annual budgets, but students study for 3 to 4 years. They require certainty to plan those investments, whether that's in facilities, whether that is in staffing arrangements, whether that is in course offerings. And these caps just simply don't allow for universities to have that certainty.
Thanks, Mr Webb. Just in relation to Regional Universities Network, I have obtained those figures for the international student cap. So CQU 3,000, CSU 1,000, Federation Uni 1,100, SCU 1,300, UNE 700, University of Southern Cross 1,200 and Uni of Southern Queensland 1,000. So in terms of being a winner all around for regional universities, as you say, the numbers are going back since 2019, while for the group of 8 universities, we know that their numbers are up 12% since 2019. Yes. So how is that fair?
And that's exactly something we are trying to factor in, is how is this fair for universities across the sector? We have grave concerns about this cap perpetually locking in regional universities at a disadvantage. These are universities that do their lion's share of heavy lifting when it comes to educating students from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds, across Australia. And what we are looking for here is our fair share of the pie and being allowed to grow and support that. While we welcome the government saying we're acting in the best interest of regionals and that focus on regional Australia, we would really like to see that reflected in the cap allocations here and giving us some certainty.
Thanks, Mr. Webb. I will go now to Ian Martin, the Vice-Chancellor of Deakin University. Mr. Martin, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us by telephone. You've put forward a proposal, in fact, that universities should be capped at 35% to provide requisite certainty and security into the future. Can you explain your position in relation to that particular proposal?
Thank you, Senator. The basis for the proposal was that if there is going to be a system where limits are placed upon universities, the cap should be based on a mix between your international load and your domestic load, and it should be based on the total number of students you have averaged over a 3-year period, because some years you do slightly better than others. It gives you that sense of certainty. 35% was a number that has been debated within our own university as being an appropriate way of balancing out a great domestic experience with the added value that international education brings you. But there were also 2 other components that we put in our proposal that reflect some of the long-term conversations and concerns that have been expressed about international education. One was, let's say, for any institution, no more than half of their students could come from one source country. And rather than look, as we have in the current Act, around granular course control, which is probably an impossible way to think about areas of study that international students are talking about, that we look at the high-level fields of education, data we already report to the department, and say no more than 40% of our international cohort can be in one of those high-level fields of education. Again, this would give us long-term stability and would address debates that have not just started post-COVID, but were happening in 2019 before COVID, around making sure that we have a sustainable, balanced and diverse portfolio. We believe that this would give if you're going to have a cap system, it would give you a much better approach to managing and running this. And importantly, by applying that evenly across the sector, it means you are not locking in for the long term a particular position and a particular advantage or disadvantage compared to where you might be in any one particular year.
Ms Martin, the Minister's made big promises about repealing Ministerial Direction 107, but that has not happened. So that obviously gives rise to continuing uncertainty. And I have to say, since the international student caps were announced last week by the Minister, one day after our hearing, which frankly treated this committee with contempt, we have seen the higher education sector plummeted into further turmoil, including in relation to the ongoing operation of Ministerial Direction 107. Can I ask you to provide the committee with your concerns about that particular direction from the Minister for Home Affairs?
So, Ministerial Directive 107 has severely undermined our international credibility in recruiting international students. In many ways, it has produced contrary results to perhaps what you would want to see, and has produced concentration of students in a small number of universities and from a small number of source countries. It's made it more difficult and more risky for institutions to look to diversify global markets. And importantly, it's been implemented in a very non-transparent way, where sudden changes in behaviour of visa processing have produced very, very significant changes and arbitrary changes in a university's assessed risk profile. And whilst Deakin University currently remains in evidence level 1, we know, even for us, that this has been problematic. It's been very problematic for other institutions. If MD 107 is not struck down almost immediately, it is going to have a profound impact on our ability to recruit next year, and for many institutions to even get anywhere near meeting their cap.
Mr Martin, the proposed legislation contains very harsh penalties for providers which breach their international student cap. What do you say about those penalties, particularly in light of the fact that the Department of Education has, in a number of important respects, got the numbers very badly wrong? I'll be addressing that later in this hearing. In fact, Mr Rimmer told this committee that this was the fault of the universities, and we've now established that, in fact, it was a complete bungle by the department. So, in light of the fact that essentially the government can shut down any provider if they go one student over the cap, do you have confidence that this is the right way to impose penalties if the cap is breached?
My own view is that penalties at that level of severity are inappropriate. And this is, again, another reason why we argue for a system that looks at performance over a number of years, rolling 3-year averages, so that warnings can be given, so that negotiations can take place, and that we can get to a point where if you are nudging, let's say it is our 35%, you nudge 36 or 37%, you are given the opportunity to say, well, for next year, we'll tone it down a bit and come back to our 35%. I believe that the sector would work much better in that kind of partnership environment. I also do acknowledge that there needs to be some sense of you can't simply turn a blind eye to the regulatory and legal framework, but the penalties as struck are out of proportion to the risk that you might incur.
Thanks, Mr Martin. Professor Sue Bennett, and I'm just saying, because people are listening, unfortunately can't watch these proceedings, so you're the Interim Deputy Vice-Chancellor from the University of Wollongong. You say you support the government's bill. Just say the Minister next year for 2026 decided that the University of Wollongong's cap was 100 students. Would you support the bill under those circumstances?
The grounds on which we're saying that we support the bill is, I think, to build on the comments already made, is really that the current regime is unworkable.
But can you just address that question? Because what I've put to you is under the powers of the bill, the Minister has the discretion to impose any cap he or she wishes to do so. So if the University of Wollongong got a cap of 100 international students, would you support that?
I think we'd find that very problematic.
Because that's what the bill allows the Minister to do. So how can, therefore, you sit there and say you support this bill in its current form?
I think because of the reasons that I just said, is that our current experience is that our capacity to recruit international students is severely limited. So in our submission, we've made similar suggestions to the suggestions that have been made by my colleagues here.
And what are they, Professor Bennett?
So they're around provider, looking at caps of percentages from single source countries for fields of education, very similar in terms of immediate removal of Ministerial Directive 107.
Do you support an overall cap for the universities, as Professor Martin has just been advocating?
Well, I mean, as I started out, I mean, our preference is for an uncapped system. And I think that, you know, I've heard that commented on by my other university colleagues. But if we're going to have a cap system, you know, we're looking to how that we can work within that.
So just to be clear, would you prefer to have a fixed percentage rather than have a number which is determined by way of ministerial discretion behind closed doors? Yes,
and that's something that we have raised in earlier conversations.
In terms of a fixed percentage?
Yes.
And what do you think that percentage should be?
Well, 35% is actually along the lines of what we've suggested previously.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thanks. I'm now going to Senator Faruqi.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. If I could go to you, Professor Bennett, how many new international students commenced in 2023 at the University of Wollongong? Do you have the number?
Yes, in 2023 we had 4,387 commencements using the definition that we're working with here.
4,387.
Yep.
And based on the cap that you have now for 2025 that the government has given you, how many can commence? What's the maximum number of students that can commence?
3,700.
So it is less than
It is.
the number of students that commenced this year. So it's not going to kind of improve your situation in that sense.
In 2023 we had 4,387
Yep.
commences. Our estimate for this year is 2,381, and our indicative cap for next year is 3,700.
Okay. And what was the situation in 2019, if you have those numbers?
Yeah, 2019 3,369.
369. So it would still be, so it would be a little bit more than that for you.
Yes,
in terms of
roughly returns us to a similar
yeah.
position.
I'm also intrigued, like Senator Henderson, as to why you're supporting this bill. You did say that it's better than what the situation is now, but would you agree that it's still pretty reckless policy?
Well, I think that we've talked about our preference being for an uncapped system. So.
Yeah, I just want to go back to Ministerial Direction 107 because in meetings with some peak bodies, from what I know, the Department of Education has indicated that Ministerial Direction 107 will be replaced, but it will not be scrapped. Is that your understanding as well?
That's what we've heard. So we've heard a discussion about a pro-integrity system, and that's something that interests us because I think for all of us we want there to be integrity in the system, and we want to have a system that promotes quality as well.
Okay, but we don't know what that system is going to be. Do you know what that new system is going to be, Mr. Webb?
No, we don't.
And do you know, Professor Martin, what this new system is going to be in
No, we do
exchange
not.
of Ministerial Direction 107? Sorry, did you say no?
No, we've had no indication as to the details.
So there is, and I come back to, I guess, what you said, Professor Bennett. You said this gives you certainty, but in fact, it gives no certainty to anyone because we don't even know what the new system is. So yeah, I still say I'm a bit surprised that you say you want to support this bill, because I think what we know is, and I think you alluded to that, Mr. Webb, that 107 is actually is staying for the rest of the year. There is no indication that it's going to be scrapped right now, and who knows what it would be replaced with. So the uncertainty gets even higher in some ways.
Oh, correct. There is no way that universities will be able to meet their caps with Ministerial Directive 107 still in place, and this will unduly impact any university that doesn't operate on a traditional semester model. So if you operate on a trimester model, you normally have in your first cohort much earlier in the year.
Right. Yeah.
And even on for a normal cohort, right, when you consider starting in February, it needs to be revoked or replaced today. And all indications are that the Department of Home Affairs will continue to process visas under Ministerial Directive 107 until told otherwise.
Yeah, that's right. And you have been given no guarantees in any sense that, that there will be work done to ensure that you can meet your targets.
No.
Yeah. Just coming to, again, going back to these caps, I mean, from what we have heard from expert after expert is that it is really impossible to force students to go to the university that they may not want to go to. We saw that happen with the Job Ready Graduates package, and we know that failed completely because students will do what they want to do and they should do what they want to do. So I'm just asking if you have done any work in your capacity to ensure that that your caps will be filled. Let's say even 107 goes, like what's the guarantee? How is that going to happen? Because we know that students apply to certain universities because they want to go there. So what's the plan for you all, and what's the modeling if you've looked at it? Do you think there'll be stranded places, or do you think they will be filled, and how? Yeah, you go, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Senator. So my universities they're greatly concerned about this. Part of this is under the current model of operation, they do not want to see themselves fall further down the evidence levels. And given the uncertainties at which Ministerial Directive 107 is applied, there is a real risk to that. And so what we have seen is that universities are shutting off the tap, so to speak, to certain geographical markets where they are seeing an increase in visa rejections as part of MD 107. So this is already impacting on the ability of universities to meet their caps in 2025 because they've been operating under this environment. And for some universities, what we've seen is they've basically said, we are not going to operate in these countries. We are going to pivot and try to change our entire business model around attracting students from other markets. This obviously takes time. What I would say in regards to the first part of your question about attracting students to various markets, this is something that is incredibly difficult for all universities. And international students come to study for a variety of reasons, whether that's aligned to their interests, whether they decide to go live with friends and family, because coming to Australia at the moment is a very expensive place to live. And we've seen that internally. One of my members has an excellent master's degree course that's offered in 2 locations. One's in regional Australia and one's in metropolitan. There is a surplus of students wanting to study in the metropolitan location. And they're saying, you've got these great opportunities to come live in regional Australia, and those students are not willing to take up that opportunity because their heart is set on living in Melbourne, or their heart is set on living with those diaspora and that community support mechanisms that are more readily available.
How about you, Professor Bennett? How confident are you, or have you done any work to kind of, to make sure that students will be funneled to your university?
I think we are concerned about meeting the cap that's been provided to us. I think, going back to perhaps looking at the pattern in 2019, there are students who would like to study at universities outside metropolitan areas and at universities that are non-group of 8. I think if I go back to our current situation is many of those students are being deterred or prevented because of our current visa processing regimes. So I share, my colleagues' concerned about the time to build back in pipeline because it takes around 2 years from an initial inquiry to a student commencing with us. It's very different to the domestic recruitment cycle. And I do feel like perhaps there is a loss of confidence amongst some students who would come and study with us because of the length of the visa processing. So communication across agents and in, source countries for prospective students, they're communicating all the time. And, that's some of the feedback that we're getting, that perhaps there's not the confidence in being able to put in that application and being able to arrive in a timely fashion. We're talking about people who are making life decisions with significant savings behind them, making a really big decision to come to our country for their education.
Could I put a question to all 3 of you, and if you could answer one by one? Like, shouldn't be a choice between 2 reckless policies. And if in an ideal scenario, would you like 107 scrapped, parts 7 and 8 of this bill scrapped, and see the government go back to the drawing board and try and come up with a plan with the sector, with people involved, which has long-term sustainability? If I go to you first, Professor Bennett.
I think what we'd like to see is us addressing problems of quality and integrity through visa processing.
Sorry, I asked a very specific question.
Sorry.
In an ideal scenario.
Yes, in an ideal.
Would you like 107 scrapped, parts 7 and 8 of this bill scrapped, and the government go back to the drawing board, talk to all of you in detail, not after the fact, scrambling to get people on board, but talk to you in detail and come up with something that is sustainable and stable for the long term?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm saying yes, and giving an example of how that might be, which is taking a different approach to the challenge.
Yeah, great. Thank you. How about you, Mr.
One word, yes.
Thank you. And how about you, Professor Martin?
Very simple yes from us.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Bennett, there's been a fair bit of chat here about Ministerial Direction 107. How do the current settings, as managed by that direction, how have they affected your university?
So they've affected our university by dramatically reducing the number of visa grants that we would have otherwise had. I think just to give just some quick figures, in the second half of this year, we have 50% reduction in the number of students than we might have otherwise had, that we would have been expecting. Our applications compared to this time last year are down around 46%, and the number of valid offers, so that's offers that meet all of our conditions, are down 60%. And I say that to give a sense of, what the impact has been on students who've arrived and commenced, but also students who are in the pipeline.
Right. And so the idea of replacing it obviously seems to be quite popular. So do you see the new system of managed growth that's actually in this bill as being a better approach and better for your university?
I feel that, I think most of our discussion has really been around visa processing, which sort of sits outside this bill. So I'm not sure I can quite answer that question. Perhaps I'm not understanding it.
Yeah, so you're not sure that the new system of managed growth that this bill enables is going to be any better than Ministerial 107?
In terms of sort of going back to, would we prefer having caps or Ministerial Direction 107? So I think we don't want Ministerial Direction 107 because of the reasons that we explained. In terms of caps, we see it as preferable because it's linked to proposed changes in visa processing that will come with it. So they sort of go together.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if the other two, Professor Martin or Mr. Webb, whether you have any comment on that?
It's Mr. Webb here from the Regional Universities Network, Senator. What I would say in regards to that is we would prefer to get rid of the uncertainty that Ministerial Directive 107 creates. However, we would certainly not welcome what is being proposed as a replacement. What we see when we look at these cap allocations is that some universities have growth, some universities for formulaic reasons that appear to be convenient to meet a net overseas migration target have either limited or no growth. And we'd be very concerned that this would lock in disadvantage into the sector going forward.
And yeah, sorry.
Mr. Martin.
Professor Martin from Deakin. Look, I feel similar to my colleagues, but I would make the point that whatever replaces Ministerial Directive 107, if it isn't considered in partnership with the sector, isn't aligned with clear rules, and isn't clear to how it is going to be implemented, is not going to achieve what needs to happen, and managed growth won't be any growth at all. We have no problem with a system that holds us to account for the quality of the applications we endorse going through the system, and to make sure that we are held accountable for that. But that accountability needs to be clear, understandable, and predictable in advance. We have not seen that at all over the last 8 months.
Okay, so Professor Martin, in an article, I think it was in the Mercury, you said that universities had to consider their social licence to enrol international students and respond to what was only a growing concern about the numbers. Can you just talk us through how you see the importance of social licence for universities in this arena?
So this is a view that I've had for many years. As universities, we have the privilege to educate international students, but we do that with the permission of the Australian government and the blessing of the Australian public. And if we lose that sort of social contract of what we do, how the university benefits, and then how the community around us benefits, because the wider community is concerned about issues of numbers of students, mix of students, meeting both domestic and international needs, we will lose that very permission that undermines the great success story that has been Australian international education. And that's why I think that it is important we have that open and transparent debate around how are we deriving these settings? How do we make sure that we balance out our commitments to what we need to do in metro, regional and remote settings in Australia with the really important benefits for international students, but also the benefits that those students bring. So it's getting that balance in that conversation, and it comes from doing it in the light, not hidden behind some hidden process. So I think I am very conscious that we do what we do because we have the backing of the Australian Register and the Australian public. I want to make sure we continue to do that so that in 5 years' time, we have a set of settings where we're not having this debate again. This is something that the community really values. And at the moment, I'm not sure that that feeling is widely spread in many parts of our community, and we need to make sure we get to that point. Because I come back, my starting opening, we should be incredibly proud of what international education has done for Australia. I don't want to lose that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Before I go to Senator Pocock, and there was a brief question from Senator Henderson.
Oh, look, thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that. Look, I just wanted to ask each of you about the issues with what happens if you don't reach your cap. How is that then reallocated, and are you concerned about that that process and what the impact will be on regional universities? In your case, Mr. Webb.
Absolutely, Senator. We are very concerned about that. The exact mechanisms
Do you know how this reallocation is going to occur?
At this stage, no. And we would urge the department to begin that conversation, because it's very hard for universities to fully understand that. And for regional universities that, you know, we've spoken about the potential growth here in terms of their caps for some universities. This is problematic for them, while MD 107 is ensuring that they will never be able to fill those places. So this is kind of like a fool errand in a way, because universities are being punished by MD 107. They're not going to be able to fill the cap, and then they're going to have those places taken off them and redistributed to universities that are being rewarded currently through MD 107.
And sorry, just you, Professor Bennett.
We have the same concern.
Okay. Professor Martin?
We have no detail on how cap reallocation might take place, but the idea that you can come in the middle of an academic year and say, oh, between now and the end of the year, you can recruit more international students, does not reflect the reality of a recruitment and relationship building pipeline that takes at least a year, if not much longer in many cases. So we are really concerned about this.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time. I was just keen to pick up on that point from Senator Henderson. We're now just a couple of months out from when these changes are due to come into effect. I'm interested in how significant you think the risks are to successfully implementing these changes in such a tight time frame. Happy for anyone to jump in.
Mr. Webb looks like he's...
Professor Martin here, Senator Pocock. I think there are some very real risks in this. Many of the recruitment decisions by students have already been taken. We are now looking at recruiting students for early next year. The uncertainty around when and how MD 107 is going to be replaced between now and early next year is not helping. And I think we also have to acknowledge that there is a degree of international market skepticism out there around how late in the piece this is and what it will do to sentiment about coming to study in Australia. There is lived experience now in Canada where they've implemented a cap system and they are struggling to meet that cap for many of the reasons that I just talked about.
Thank you. And will any of you have to rescind offers?
I might go to Mr. Webb.
Obviously, I won't be rescinding any offers. I don't work at a university.
I was giving you an opportunity to maybe include the first question you were trying to jump in to answer.
In regards to some of the risks, I completely agree with everything that Professor Martin outlined there. What we're seeing here is that students are very uncertain and are making life-changing decisions in Australia. And let's not forget that the non-refundable visa fee is now one of the most expensive in the world. It more than doubled. And that is having a huge impact while we've got these uncertainties and risk. And as Professor Bennett alluded to in an earlier answer, agents talk to each other across the world. This is a global environment in which we're operating here. And the damage that this is doing to the Australian international education sector and brand Australia it's unfathomable. This is just absolutely horrendous what we're seeing. And we're seeing universities saying we don't want to partner with Australian universities for exchange students because of the uncertainty that has accompanied this process ever since it's been announced. So there are huge risks here, and these risks will definitely impact universities and, most importantly, the students into 2025.
Thank you. In terms of consultation with the department, did the Department of Education consult when formulating the model they've used to calculate the caps?
Certainly not with the regional universities network.
Anyone else?
No, certainly not with Deakin.
Professor Ben?
No.
Thank you. And I've had some concerns raised about the data that the Department of Education is using. Are you confident that the data that they've used to calculate your cap is correct?
This is Sue Bennett from University of Wollongong. We're very close to being able to replicate the data, so there are some small discussions being had around some of the exemption categories, but for us it's pretty close.
I would say, Senator, that I think it's problematic when universities are unable to easily replicate data that is given to them by the Department of Education. This feels like this has been manufactured in a way to ensure that universities cannot easily replicate that data. But I think there's a broader issue here, which is the methodology and the formulas that are used. They actually artificially punish certain universities. When you do the math, it is conceivable that a university will have a cap that is higher and then is rounded down because of the methodology's rounding step. Now, that's unconscionable that you've got a university that should have, let's call it, 10,050 students or 10,049 students, but it gets rounded down to 1,000. Instead of, it would make sense in everyone's best interest to round that up to allow them to growth as opposed to artificially constrain that. The methodology is incredibly problematic, and this is for 1 year. We are still unclear as to what comes in future years, and this could undermine what happens in future years.
And just finally, could you give us an idea about the financial impact to your relevant universities of the cap that you've been given, and if that will impact domestic students at all?
Senator, I'll start from a Deakin University perspective. If we are able to recruit to our full cap, it will have no impact on our university finances and no impact on our domestic students. But the big if is, does the visa processing system adapt to make sure we can meet that cap with quality?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's the same situation for us at the University of Wollongong.
I represent 7 universities, Senator, so it's a little bit more complex for me to answer that question succinctly. Sure. But what I would say is that if some universities could meet their caps, then that is obviously putting them in a better fiscal position than they would be if they couldn't. But universities have been planning and strategizing over a multi-year period here. This is not just 1 year in isolation. So universities are making decisions around investment in facilities, in course offerings. When we think about supporting domestic students, being able to meet a number that is, theoretically significantly lower than what you were planning on is going to have a significant budgetary impact.
Will there be job losses because of that?
Thank you. Yeah.
There's the potential, I think, for job losses if universities have budgeted for growth, and I'm just using completely made-up hypothetical numbers here. If they've budgeted for a 5% growth or a return to pre-pandemic levels of international student enrolments, and they're sitting at a third of that, those universities and vice-chancellors are going to have to make very hard decisions, and we have very few levers to pull in doing that in the short term. And this is why we would continue to argue for long-term certainty and transparency from the government in how this looks like. Because whilst it's non-government revenue, it is so vital to all universities in how we operate.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all your time and your engagement on this. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. I want to thank you all for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 11th of September 2024. Thank you. So now welcome Australian Catholic University, Australian Technology Network of Universities, University of Technology Sydney, Western Sydney University and Charles Sturt University. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today?
My name is Christopher James Riley. I'm the Pro-Vice-Chancellor Global and Education Pathways at Australian Catholic University, and I'm here representing ACU.
Thank you.
My name's Andrew Parfitt, and I'm Vice-Chancellor of the University of Technology, Sydney.
And George Williams, Vice-Chancellor of Western Sydney University.
Ant Bagshaw, Executive Director, the Australian Technology Network of Universities.
Professor Leon.
Renee Leon, Vice-Chancellor of Charles Sturt University.
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? Which you've done, and I now invite you to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So maybe if you'd like to make a short opening statement, I'd appreciate it being relatively short, and if it is long, then we can certainly take it up, put it on Hansard, and it will be recorded for the committee and prosperity.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a statement, if I may. My name is Chris Riley, and I am the Pro-Vice-Chancellor Global and Education Pathways at ACU. On behalf of ACU, I'd like to thank the committee for the chance to appear today. ACU is a publicly funded university with a strong Catholic mission and commitment to access and inclusion. We have 37,000 students, 7 campuses across 3 states and 1 territory, including a regional campus in Ballarat and a campus in Canberra. We also have a campus in Rome. As a public university, our core function is to provide world-class education to Australian students and help them to go on to satisfying careers, and a significant majority of our students are domestic. ACU is the nation's leading provider of nurses and teachers, and our graduates can be found in schools and hospitals across Australia. It's important to remember that when we talk about international students, when we discuss enrolment caps, we are in fact talking about individuals, about people with hopes and aspirations and a commitment to community. While they are with us, our international students actively participate in and contribute to the communities where our campuses are located, and they do this as volunteers, as employees and as customers. ACU is a responsible and capable player in the international student space, a fact reflected in our Evidence Level 1 provider classification by the Department of Home Affairs. Our international student load has never exceeded 17% of our entire student body, a figure that we feel is entirely appropriate for the nature of the university. While we're supportive of sustainable managed growth in international enrolments, in its current legislation, the current legislation punishes universities like ACU without cause. In terms of specific impact, it's important to note that our indicative cap for 2025 is more than 55% less than our 2024 international commencing enrolments. Currently, we are still modelling the specific financial impact, but I can say that they will be profound. Additionally, the caps potentially diminish ACU's capacity to deliver groundbreaking research, to invest in teaching and our equity programs, and the delivery of a world-class health and education workforce. The latter is particularly important given that we face crippling skill shortages in areas such as nursing. I wanted to also just throw in a small case study. I want to talk about one of our students. Myntepi Huang is from Cambodia and arrived in Australia in 2018 to study nursing. She quickly made a significant impact as a nurse assistant on Australia's front line during COVID-19 pandemic. And subsequently, she's worked on a pilot program to support Australians diagnosed with hepatitis B. In October 2023, Myntepi was named the Victorian International Student of the Year in the Higher Education category for her efforts in the community. Hers is just one of many examples of the incredible contribution our international students have made. I'd like to thank the Senate Committee again for this opportunity to appear. Thank you.
Professor Parfitt.
Afternoon, Senators. I provided a statement, so I'll just paraphrase the statement in the interest of time. Typically, UTS has run about 30% international students pre-COVID. We've found that as a responsible number, both from a student experience perspective and also from a financial risk management perspective. And when we were given the cap number, we were a little surprised. Our cap number was 4,800, which is consistent with 2019 and 2023, but takes no account of the fact that the past few years, coming from a position of significant deficits due to COVID, we've been building carefully a pipeline of students to grow back to the 30% number across the next few years. And I think the point that has been somewhat missed in some of the debates around the cap is that it's very hard for universities to plan when there's a one number. And if we were to roll that one number forward over a number of years, because there's no other indication about how growth would go, we typically plan over a 5-year period. Significantly, that would result in a financial loss again to the university after the losses of COVID. In relation to the processing of visas, yes, we have experienced an increase in visa rejections for reasons that we can't explain due to the quality. But our numbers have actually landed about similar to the previous year, unlike some other institutions. But the lack of transparency and the likelihood that we will lose our EL1 rating because of the visa rejections going up is worrying, given that the quality of the students hasn't changed. So we're depriving qualified students with the possibility of a place at an Australian university. I'm happy to talk about any of the broader issues in response to questions, but I think the long-term impacts of this and the inability to plan for it are significant flaws that need to be addressed.
Thank you, Senators. Last time I appeared before you, we were talking about the potential impacts, and of course now we know the likely impacts by virtue of the letters we've received. And in the case of Western Sydney University, I was frankly shocked when I read the letter. In fact, I read it twice, thinking I had missed some key content in the letter. The formula did not account for the most basic and important issues we thought that might be accounted for. And in our case, as a university that has a bed for every single international student and, like ACU, trains nurses who are desperately needed, and the government is prioritising for Western Sydney, we can see the big impact on the community. The bottom line for us is we're down 1,000 students on those students we would have liked to have taken next year. That will cost us $26.5 million in revenue next year, or about $78.4 million across the life cycle of those students. And in our case, for every dollar we take in from an international student, 24 cents goes to supporting other activities, particularly our domestic students. So 24 cents in every dollar go to our food pantry for domestic students, it goes to equity issues, it goes to study help. So we're thinking very carefully, how will this affect our Australian students, because we will no longer be able to offer some of the vital programs they need to get through university. One thing that's been clear to us in looking at the letter and the formula is that the formula is deeply flawed and does not reflect what we would see as a sensible public policy approach to this problem. As you can see from this panel and others, the results are somewhat arbitrary depending upon the years chosen, what happened in 2024 as opposed to 2023. It's also clear that the results are somewhat random depending upon how people are affected by different aspects of the formula. I'd also like to say that there will be a number of perverse and I suspect unintended consequences of the formula that again will negate some of the positive public policy intent behind it. When I think of those perverse outcomes, one will be immediately universities like ours will look to optimise the numbers of students we bring in by prioritising multi-year degrees over single-year degrees. The impact will be that we will be less likely to take the best and brightest students who want to study postgraduate research or other forms of postgraduate degrees, I should say, in favour of multi-year undergraduate degrees. That also has a significant impact on the public policy intent, which is to control the number of people in Australia at any one point. But in fact, because multi-year degrees will be favoured over single-year degrees, we will see in outer years a significant increase in the number of students that we would have otherwise taken without a cap. We'll also see a big impact on diversification, and in our case we'll be looking particularly to markets that can pay higher fees. We don't have any cohort above 20% at our university, that's where we should be, but we'll be forced to specialise in markets and actually move away from what is a highly diversified portfolio. And the third thing that we may see is an increase in poaching students, particularly affecting some vulnerable universities. There's a very high incentive for universities able to attract students more easily to offer scholarships in second and subsequent years to say you've studied perhaps with us or elsewhere, here's a scholarship to move to another university. And that would be a way that other universities would actually seek to make up their numbers. And that's because the formula only deals with commencing students. It does not deal with students who are in the system, it does not deal with multi-year degrees, and it does not deal with diversification. In our case, we would say this is a bill that at this point is not fit to be passed, and the formula is the best example of why that is the case. It's a formula that can be made under this bill because the bill does not even at the most basic level set out a threshold criterion for exactly how the formula should be developed or applied. It doesn't even set down what normally in legislation is the most basic idea of is it in the national interest. And in our case, we would say it's clearly not in the national interest to punish a university where, again, we have a bed for every student and, again, we're addressing nationally identified skills shortages. I have about 7 amendments I'd be happy to supply to the committee. I would see them on behalf of the university as sensible amendments, particularly going to the criteria to be applied, but also dealing with a number of missing things, such as where's the register that actually records what is being done in this area, where's the consultation process, when are we going to fix the penalty. It's clear the bill was rushed in its drafting and we should not now rush to enactment on the back of a formula that will cause great damage to the sector. So in our case, we would urge the Senate to look carefully at the legislation, to take into account the formula that has resulted from this bill, and we would say it needs to go back to the drawing board in order to come up with a bill that provides a sensible and more appropriate public policy basis for dealing with this problem.
Dr. Bagshaw.
Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence to the committee again today. As you know, ATN's member universities adopted what we considered a principled position that there should be a maximum percentage cap allocated to institutions based on a concentration against domestic students. We think that would have been a more equitable and principled position and supported the sector's social licence. And instead, the proposed allocations have been allocated on past performance that benefits some institutions while potentially baking in inequity across the sector, locking in whatever numbers universities happen to have in 2023. Some were still recovering from COVID, some still waiting for a market rebound, and as you've heard, and Professor Parfitt has outlined, are inconsistent with institutional growth ambitions. While caps have been proposed for 2025, longer term, we know that it's absolutely vital that either in the proposed Tertiary Education Commission or some other mechanism, a new and much better approach is needed, one that reflects institutional strategy and opportunity and, as Professor Williams has outlined, addresses many of the very serious inconsistencies with the formula proposed. And as you heard earlier today, separate to all of this, we need stability, predictability in visa processing, to ensure that universities are able to recruit to these allocations. So these are just proposed allocations, but actually our serious concern is whether we'll be able to meet them. And we need to restore Australia's reputation as a destination of choice for international students. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Professor Leong.
Thank you, Chair. Charles Sturt University supports the high-level intention to establish a better and fairer system for international education, and we strongly believe that revoking Ministerial Direction 107 is an essential first step in that direction. Charles Sturt is a regional university and makes an important contribution to Australia's regions. We help to meet critical skill shortages by educating domestic and international students in areas such as allied health, agriculture and teacher education. We're particularly proud of our track record in reducing the gap in higher education participation and attainment between city and regional students. Nearly half of our domestic students every year are the first in their family to go to university. We also have high proportion of students from low SES backgrounds, and almost 4% are from First Nations. And boosting participation by equity groups is a core part of the university's mission. But of course, to deliver on that mission, we need to be financially sustainable. And a strong cohort of international students, including at our metropolitan campuses where the market choice is crucial to this. The courses we teach and the research we undertake are, as you know, not fully funded by government revenue. So the revenue from international students is fundamental to our ability to serve our regional communities. I mentioned the necessity to repeal Ministerial Direction 107, which has had a disproportionate impact on regional universities, including mine. Approximately half of our international students for our Sydney campus did not get their visas processed in time for semester 1 or semester 2. We've also experienced inexplicable increases in visa refusal rates. 30% of our students were refused over the last 12 months, compared to only 13% the year before and 5% the year before that. And this is despite the fact that we undertake substantive pre-visa screening that is all overseen by former Department of Home Affairs staff and applies strict standards. We estimate that the financial impact of Ministerial Direction 107 just to Charles Sturt University has been over $40 million so far. So while we're pleased that the government has acknowledged the damage that this has caused and agreed to revoke 107, we strongly say that this must take place immediately, otherwise the damage will continue to be felt into 2025. Prior to the pandemic, Charles Sturt had approximately 8,500 international students, with approximately 3,000 new commencements per year. Currently, we have less than 1,000 international students. The significant fall in our international student numbers is primarily because of the ending of our partnership with Study Group during the pandemic, the launch of our new partnership with Navitas in late 2023, under which we were building our numbers back up to pre-pandemic levels, but then have been impacted by Ministerial Direction 107 in 2024. We've been allocated a 1,000 commencement number for 2025, and while that would be an appropriate step for 1 year as we rebuild our numbers following the pandemic, we've been given no assurance that we will be able to increase from that number in the future. For the university to be financially sustainable, it is vital that over the next 3 to 4 years we be permitted to return to some close to our pre-pandemic volume, which I assure the committee would still be less than a third of our total onshore enrolments. So we hope that we can work collaboratively with the government to establish an appropriate pathway for the university to return to pre-pandemic levels and ensure that regional universities like Charles Sturt and our broader regional communities get equitable access to the benefits that international student revenue brings. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Professor Leon and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time today. Professor Leon, firstly to you, you are of course, a regional university. The Minister, when he announced international student caps, and I note that he announced your number on Sky News, which may or may not have been without your consent, he said that this was a win for regional universities. We've just heard that this is absolutely not a win for your university. What do you say to the government, which has obviously plummeted the sector into turmoil, and I would put to you that this legislation is an absolute dog's breakfast? What needs to be done?
So we certainly welcome the statements in the accord, and since then by the Minister, that he intends to look after the sustainability and the success of regional universities, because, as colleagues before me have said, we are doing the heavy lifting on educating equity students, and we are the universities that enable the thousands of young people and mid-career learners from our regions to get a university education without having to leave the regions where they help communities to thrive. So we welcome that rhetoric, but we would like to see it matched by action. And so for us, it's really critical that we aren't given a pretend pathway back to financial viability by, for instance, special concessions to enable regional universities to have students on their regional campuses. We have tried and succeeded as best we can to attract more students to our regional campuses. However, even though we've doubled the number of students on our regional campuses since the pandemic, that's still only about 500 students. The
Thanks,
truth
Professor
is that
Leon.
the vast majority of international students choose to study in a major city. Only about 3% choose to study in a regional location. And so it would be grossly unfair for regional universities to be denied equal access to the market the international students are, which is in our cities, and that is where international students choose to study. We do give
Thanks,
those students
Professor
the
Leon.
option of
Sorry,
regional...
apologies, but because we've got so many witnesses in such short time, I'll just have to thank you very much and just move on. Professor Williams, you've raised particular concerns about your cap, about the many defects with the legislation, and about the impact particularly on nursing students. Could you expand on that?
In the case of nursing students, we've prioritised those students over recent years. So last year we had 1,350 international students who studied nursing. Most of those students go on to work in the New South Wales health system, particularly in Western Sydney, and they're able to do so because the government prioritises and enables them to get visas to do so. And over the coming years, we are looking to expand that program, or at least we were, and that's because there's a shortage of about 10,000 nurses in Western Sydney alone. So one of the consequences of this is that we'll have fewer nurses in our hospitals, particularly in Western Sydney, and some of the health problems we're facing in Western Sydney will be made worse. Now, it would be different if domestic students were making up those numbers, but they're not. International students represent the only option to address that school shortage in sufficient numbers, and I suspect with ACU it's a very similar situation, seeking to follow government policy, seeking to fill the school shortage, but again, the formula and the cap approach makes no account for that.
And the point that you've made is there is actually no formula in the legislation itself. It's completely discretionary, and the Minister could come up with any number he wishes, and then basically he says you can like it or lump it.
Well, that's right. And as I said on the last occasion, I mean, this is the sort of approach you'd expect to find in a piece of national security legislation where it's entirely discretionary, open-ended, without criteria. But even there, you'd at least expect to find a national interest criterion or something of the like in there. So this formula is one of many different ways that might have been done. And what I would say is it's important to actually have a bill that reflects the aspirations of the government, reflects the public policy intent, as opposed to leaving those completely open-ended. And I think one of the uncertainties for the sector is this is the formula for this year. What might it be next year? There's no guarantee. And could we at least have legislation that sends clear signals that the formula will reflect things like the availability of housing, reflect redressing skill shortages, reflect a range of public policy factors that we'd all agree upon, but are just absent. And in our case, it means we have a number which, again, is divorced from those considerations.
And so what's the housing situation at your university?
So in our case, we've got 20% capacity in our housing, and in fact, we were looking at building 500 new beds over the next couple of years. But that, again, is one of the perverse outcomes, is we're asking ourselves, should we build those beds? Because maybe we won't get the students to fill them, and that will, of course, affect economic activity in Western Sydney as well, but we have no certainty about what we should or should not do in this area. But the bottom line for us is we have the housing, and we would have loved to have had a conversation about this to say we are happy to open our books, we can show you the capacity in our housing. None of our students need to go to the private market, homestay, of course, being another major option. But we've got a letter and a number, and again, we'd say, where is the national interest in imposing that outcome in light of our circumstances?
And Professor, the other issue that's arisen is the absolute chaos with the data. So new student commencements, or those students who are studying, those students who are exempt, those on foreign or government scholarships, those on twinning arrangements, there's no way currently in the system that they can be discerned. So do you have any idea which are your exempt students and how you can proceed on that basis?
I think at best we can say we have some idea, and we do thank the department. We had a meeting where we've at least got some clarity on those issues, but there are still large issues that are unclear to us. I mean, exactly what is the definition of a twinning arrangement? How will this apply to pathway programs, where we expect it will disincentivise the sort of commercial arrangements many universities have had over many years with pathway providers? And how will this work also with if there's a reallocation in April? It's very difficult to plan and actually introduces high degrees of risk and uncertainty in an area where, particularly in our case, you're dealing with equity students, where food is a basic issue. You just need certainty, stability, so you can invest in getting our domestic students through.
Professor Parfitt, thank you very much for your initial comments. So for UTS, how does this impact on your future planning?
So, thank you, Senator. So, it impacts primarily because we don't plan for 1 year. At the fundamental level, we plan over multiple years. We plan at a mix of international, domestic students, a mix of disciplines. In a different sense, international students are a really important part of our IT, technology, engineering disciplines, areas again of significant skill shortage. And our initial planning, recovering from COVID, restoring from deficits to have the minimum effect, has been impacted by a number that's probably 1,000 students less than we would have planned for next year, about $40 million, and that pipelines into multiple years with no clarity around how any growth might actually come through the system. So it's, in terms of a planning regime, it's chaotic. I don't recall, I have been around the sector for quite a few years, I don't recall legislation of such impost introduced in the education sector without a reasonable transition plan being in place. And this has no transition plan. It has a number for next year and a vacuum following.
Yeah. And in terms of not just the financial impacts, but the reputational impacts on the University of Technology Sydney, what would you say to that?
It's significant in that we've taken the time. One of the reasons that the numbers that I presented you with earlier are relatively flat for a few years is that we have been working carefully with partners offshore through pathway programs in multiple countries around multiple disciplines, so that we build our student numbers back in a measured way, meeting essentially the broader objectives of a national system. And to now not be able to provide those places for students because they're unlikely to fit the definition of a pathway program as far as we understand it, potentially has a significant reputation that will further impact demand in Australia.
We've heard evidence today from ATN, from even the University of Wollongong, and of course Professor Martin, that a percentage cap applying across the board for all universities would be far preferable. It gives you certainty, security. What do you say to that?
I would support that.
And Professor Williams?
Well, we think it would be preferable to what we have, and that's because, merely measuring the number of commencing students is such a small part of the larger picture, and a percentage moving forward will give us greater certainty, and to be frank, it would also be more likely to meet the public policy objective, which is how many students do you have at any one time, as opposed to simply how many students are you taking in at one moment. So it would cover the multi-year degree issue.
So without reflecting on the Minister, and I'm not doing that, but just hypothetically though, if you have a cap that can be determined behind closed doors, doing deals with individual providers, isn't this ripe for potential corruption? I mean, that's what this could potentially lead to when there are deals being done, or whether, you know, a particular minister might have a particular issue with the Vice-Chancellor for whatever reason. I mean, it does, at the very least, can I put you, lead to potentially very improper outcomes.
Well, can I just say on that, it's one of the reasons legislation always tends to have criteria. That's the way you safeguard integrity for grants programs, a range of other programs as well. You set down criteria by which to measure decision-making by departments and government. And when you remove criteria, as in this case, it opens up all sorts of integrity issues, but it also opens up the possibility of simply arbitrary decision-making. So it's just the basic thing you would expect to see in legislation is a sense of the sorts of factors that will determine the decision and the formula. And of course, that's what's missing.
I would echo that. It's really important that there be clarity about how the numbers are set. For us, it's been a case of just where we happen to be standing when the music stopped. And I think it's undesirable that policy objectives can be determined by what's a fairly arbitrary process, and that the legislation doesn't control for that.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Leon. Mr. Rylick, I'm conscious of time, but can I ask about ACU? ACU is the largest educator of teachers in the country.
And nurses, yes.
And nurses. So can you please just expand on the impact that your cap, and could you just confirm your cap, please?
Our cap is 1,700. Our current enrolment this year, our commencing enrolment this year was 3,770. Our enrolment in 2019 was 2,212. So...
Well, your numbers have been savaged.
Yes, they have.
And so what impact does that have on your teaching, particularly for nurses and teachers?
I mean, I can't comment in any great detail, but I can say that it will have a profound impact on the operations of the university. The impact will be in the tens of millions of dollars, and it will undoubtedly impact on our ability to support our programs of research, and support our programs of engagement.
And at that cap, what proportion of foreign students are you therefore allowed under that cap? Been given for next year?
Well, we haven't modelled it in terms of the proportion, but basically at the moment we're at 17%. So that will push us probably back to around about 15%. If it was to then flow out, ultimately we'd be heading towards about 10% of our total enrolment. So, yes, we're being significantly disadvantaged.
And so, of course, we haven't, the Group of 8 CEO has had to be an apology, so no reflection on her, but we haven't got any of the Group of 8 universities appearing today. They're getting a cap next year, but between them of 61,000 new commencements. We don't know what the individual caps are because this is not public, which again is another massive issue. But we have just up the road from you in Sydney, at least, at the University of Sydney, they're sitting on 51 or 52% of foreign students. What do you say to that situation, Mr. Riley?
I guess it's probably not appropriate for me to comment in relation to the Group of 8 and the strategies that they take in relation to the balance of their domestic and international students. But I would say that universities such as ACU should not be held to account for I guess, the current levels of enrolment. We are a relatively
You mean not punished,
small...
rather
We should
than
not be punished.
Punished, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming here and coming back again today. Professor Williams, you pretty much ripped apart the formula that the government has come up with, which is deeply flawed, as you say, for a number of reasons. And I must say I've heard some very colourful descriptions of this chaos that has been caused. Words that start with cluster, I won't complete that. But I completely agree with those descriptions. This is a train wreck. Train wreck. This is a train wreck of policy. And many of you have explained why. I just want to know if any of you were consulted by the government before they came up with the formula. Or are they just scrambling now to talk to you and they have to answer your questions about how the formula came up with, and the numbers don't match? I hear from a number of institutions that the government calculations of numbers and the NOSC, which is the New Overseas Student Commencement, don't match with universities' numbers. We're trying to reverse engineer and try to get to these numbers. Are those issues that all of you are facing?
I mean, I can say in our case that we did have discussions beforehand in general terms. We welcomed those, but there's nothing specific about the formula. I think many universities were involved in discussions. The formula was a shock, as I said. It was not what we expected. If nothing else, we thought it might be a percentage in any one year. It was what I think people thought might come out. I'd also say that I think the starting point is any formula is going to be flawed as well. You can't actually impose a formula on such a complex sector and expect rational outcomes. You're going to get gross unfairness, you're going to get randomness and arbitrariness, and the sensible public policy approach might be to say, well, let's start with a formula that sets out a baseline, then let's have some discussions and let's understand your circumstances. Housing might be a factor. I note in our letter it mentioned housing as a relevant consideration, but there's no reference to that in the formula. So it's a nuanced contextual discussion in light of the national interest, but any formula is going to be flawed, but this one in particular is.
But might I add that there are also serious absences in the definitions. So when we talk about the transnational education definitions, to pick one of the list, we are still missing serious information about who would be, in a sense, excluded by that definition. So it's not possible to run the calculation and have the like for like, because we don't have all the definitions yet.
Yep. And anyone else would like to add anything? Mr. Riley?
I would also indicate we were not consulted in relation to the algorithm, we were blindsided when the letter came, to be perfectly frank. We were also very disappointed that some of the fundamental elements that the government is trying to achieve in terms of an alignment with our skills needs, and also recognition of institutions like ourselves that are both regional and metropolitan, that there was no account given for the fact that we actually have regional campuses, that we have a campus in Canberra, that we have a campus in Ballarat, and that we have international students on those campuses as well. So it looks like the algorithm itself did not take into account in any way those particular elements. We are also struggling to reverse engineer it, to be honest, and we're probably within about 20 to 25% of the number that we're given to try and work it out, but it's not very clear.
Yeah.
I think similar to Professor Williams, we had initial consultations, very general terms around how it would be based. We have been able to replicate the numbers, so it's not a data issue. I think without clear principles and without a consultation process and without context, any formula will be flawed. Yep. So the absence of that, the absence of a forward look around what potential plans would be, as well as looking at data going backwards, means that it's very problematic to come up with a number that's particularly meaningful. We were frankly surprised to see the number that we were given.
Professor Leon, if I could ask you, you said earlier that your pre-COVID levels were 8,500 students, am I right?
That's correct. That's the total, not the commencing number.
Yeah, that's right, total. And you said you would like to go back to that level.
We would like to get back to something close to that level, but somewhere more than 1,000 students a year in order to be financially sustainable, certainly.
And the caps that you have, do they allow you to get back to anywhere near that?
Look, as others have said, Senator, the problem is there is no clarity or indication as to how future year caps are going to be set. The indications we've had, which aren't very encouraging, are that there will be some process for incremental growth. And if that were to be the case, then everyone is frozen in the position of relative advantage or disadvantage that they happen to have been in this year when the caps were set on bases that are not at all appropriate for our situations. So we would strongly urge the government to work with the sector in establishing a mechanism for setting numbers that is workable. You can see what has happened with the implementation of Ministerial Direction 107, suddenly with no consultation with the sector, is that it's had very disadvantageous impacts, which I don't think were even consistent with the outcomes the government had hoped to achieve. And so it's apparent that they will get better policy outcomes if they work with the people in the sector who have the knowledge of how the international student market works and how university budgets are planned and actioned. And unless that happens, I fear that we'll be here before the committee again next year with a similar tale of problematic impacts across the sector.
Mr. Riley, I think it was your Deputy Vice-Chancellor who called your cap incongruent and irrational, and you have explained some of the reasons for that. Could I ask you, do you think this cap will also have an impact? Because we know that international students cross-subsidize domestic students and research because of, lack of government funding and defunding. Is that going to have an impact on your campuses and your domestic students and research capability?
It would be very serious if we weren't able to return to manageable numbers, Senator. For example, our students in dentistry and in agriculture each cost us per student over $10,000 that's unfunded. So it's only by being able to cross-subsidise those important courses with international student revenue that we can continue to offer them in the numbers that are needed in regional Australia. So it's imperative that our cap be returned to a number that enables us to continue to offer the courses we offer and undertake the research that we do for regional communities.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, if I could ask you the question.
Sure. I'm being Pro-Vice-Chancellor Global and Education Pathways, I have a very particular focus, but that being said, I can speak generally and say, yes, it will impact our research profile, it will impact our research activities, and it will impact on the level of services and the types of services we will be able to offer across our campuses, particularly as a multi-campus institution, which means that our resources are somewhat thinly spread as a consequence of our multi-state, multi-campus nature. So yes, there will be an impact.
Dr. Bagshaw, have you looked at how many providers who are your members might actually have to close as a result of these caps? Will some have to close their doors?
Absolutely not, in terms of the universities, that they've received an allocation which provides some certain stability. There are obviously very serious financial implications, as I gave in the previous session. We've estimated total losses from Ministerial Direction 107 for this year of over $500 million across the 6 member universities. We are very seriously concerned that we will not be able to recruit across the membership to the numbers that have been allocated for next year, and that will have obviously very serious consequences, potentially for job losses.
Yes, so jobs will be lost.
But absolutely certainly for the delay of capital expenditure, for investment in community facilities, in technology, and all the things that certainly our domestic students need, as well as our research efforts.
I mean, there has been a lot made about once the formula came out and the caps came out, about certainty. Now there will be certainty, but from what I've been hearing all morning and from you, there is absolutely zero certainty. In fact, it has become even more messier if it could be from before. We know that 107, might go, but it will be replaced by something. We also know that no one knows what it will be replaced with, and we know that 107 is still in place till the end of the year. So I'm not quite sure how that improves certainty, but I guess my question for you is, if you had to make a recommendation to that committee, would that recommendation include scrapping Ministerial Direction 107, scrapping parts 7 and 8 of this bill, for the government to go back to the drawing board, to actually seriously, genuinely engage with the sector and the students and come back with something that is workable and sustainable? We don't have to choose between two horrible choices, do we? So if I could start with you, Mr. Riley.
I would say, whilst we have been able to operate and succeed within the constraints of Ministerial Directive 107, yes, we would support it being scrapped. And yes, items 7 and 8, yes.
Thank you.
Senator, I think we've tried to engage constructively and consultatively. We are where we are at the moment, so I would support the recommendation as well that we rethink this, and we rethink it with a proper transition plan and a proper interim approach that enables students in particular to have certainty around what the world looks like.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and yes, from our point of view, and I mean, we are here in good part because this is what you get when you don't have time to do it properly. We just need more time for this to be done well.
Absolutely. Dr. Bakshi.
Yes, and there's a major opportunity to actually re-establish Australia's place in the global system. We've seen particular post-COVID changes in market dynamics, which are playing through the system, and actually we need to not have an overcorrection, which damages the long-term health of the country.
And Professor Leon?
Yes, Senator, we would agree that it's imperative that Ministerial Direction 107 is scrapped immediately and not replaced by yet another opaque system on which we haven't been consulted and that will damage the sector and Australia's reputation abroad, and that the bill ought to be rethought consultatively so that we provide certainty to the sector and a meaningful way of allocating international students that meets the policy objectives, noting that those policy objectives haven't yet been properly articulated, and a proper policy process would help the government to do that.
I guess one of the real problems I see with this legislation is that it's not what the government says about restoring a social license for universities, because it's actually impeding on the social license of the whole international education sector, that it is a migration policy disguised as an education bill. Is that how you view this as well? And anyone could respond. Professor
Well,
Williams?
Senator, I used to have a career in the public service doing policy, and I suppose the first question we usually ask is, what is the policy problem that you're trying to solve?
Absolutely.
And I think it would be helpful for the development of whatever replaces this bill if that were to be clearly articulated. If the policy problem is to achieve a migration outcome, then it needs to be managed within the context of the overall migration strategy, not simply targeted at a proportion of that set of numbers that happens to be the easiest to manipulate. I think we all know that the reason there's been a significant temporary uptick in international students is because there was a catch-up to be done for the students who missed out during the pandemic, who had to go home, and that had things been left to themselves, that would likely have evened out within a year in any event. So if it's a migration issue, then there ought to be a proper discussion about all of the levers across the migration settings about how to get the numbers that are right for Australia's national interest. If it's concern about university proportions or university funding, then we ought to consider those holistically. It's impossible to pretend that universities can survive without the revenue from international students. So if that is going to be suddenly capped and changed, then there needs to be a holistic discussion about how universities are funded. So I would urge that we conduct the policy by first identifying what is the policy problem that we're trying to solve, and then apply the appropriate levers to that problem.
And can I add, if the policy problem is housing, then that's a different conversation again. Right. In our case, that's why we're just somewhat confused as to how we have gotten this place. And can I quickly also add that the sector has a really strong record of collaborating with government when we have the opportunity. A great example is in foreign interference. Through the UFIT process, where collaborative arrangements were entered into them and highly effective, goodwill, very well tailored to the problem. It has worked. This is sort of the opposite of that. And again, that's, I think, why people are reacting strongly, because we've got a strong record. We'd like to be part of that conversation.
And can I just augment that with one other point? That we might not always like the outcome that we get from those consultations, but there is a deep understanding of how universities work sits within the sector that needs to be drawn upon around a complex design, and should be drawn upon. As I say, it's not because we'll all like every outcome that we get, but there's a resource there and a care for the sector over many decades that I think would get a better outcome.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. So just before I go to Senator Grogan, I understand that Shadow Minister at the time, Dan Tehan, published on the 24th of May in the AFR, said the coalition will target a net overseas migration level of 160,000. And the migration expert, Abdul Rizvi, has said that at 160,000, you would barely have an international education sector. So I just want to sort of go then to what impact would that have on the student numbers, do you think, in the university sector more generally? Maybe I might start with Professor Williams.
I mean, obviously, the lower you go, the greater the impact. There's no doubt about that. But I think given the possibility we'll see changing numbers over time, even more important, we have a bill that actually reflects the policy at stake and gives us certainty about how that number will be fairly and appropriately distributed across the sector in the national interest. So I think that heightens, for me, the need to, can we get this bill right, so that we have some confidence about how we will move forward.
Professor Parfitt, Professor Parfitt, can I go to you?
Could I seek the call?
No, you haven't got the call. I don't interrupt you. I'm very polite during hearings.
You're making reflections
so
on another.
I would request that you don't interrupt me.
And I would seek the call.
No, you don't have it. I have the call.
No,
it's
I'm
my
seeking
turn.
the call after you.
Professor Parfitt.
I think, again, going back to what the policy principle would be, it's true that in fact, the vast majority of our international students remain in Australia only for a period of time before returning to their country. Some of that may increase to address the skill shortage. It needs a broader policy context to understand what the right number is against a range of different settings to determine what is the right size of our international education market, including for the benefit of universities, but also for the benefit of the wider community in terms of jobs, in terms of diversity, in terms of international relations.
So just so I'm clear, that the impact as spelled out by Abdul Rizvi on commenting on Dan Tian's figures at the time, that we would barely have an international education sector. Do you think that would be?
It would be a very different international education sector.
And Mr. Riley?
It would be a very different international education sector.
So, what sort of help? And when you say different, what do you describe as what would be the impact? Different, good, different, bad, or different, dramatic?
I guess it is a hypothetical at this stage, and I think I go back to what Professor Williams said in terms of the need for a clarity around this policy. But I guess from my perspective, the more we reduce our international enrolments, the more pain the sector will feel.
Dr. Bagshaw.
You'd have to have a massive package of support on the domestic student side and on research if we were to sustain universities, the universities that we have at the moment, let alone our place in the world. And so it is entirely possible that you can run a system with far fewer international students. It will just be much, much more expensive to the Australian taxpayer.
Professor Leon?
I think it's worth everyone recalling that international students are currently providing somewhere between $10 and $12 billion into the university sector every year, and that if that is substantially reduced, then either domestic students and domestic research have to also reduce, or the government will have to tip in more money to fill the funding gap. So, of course, we can have a conversation about what the right level of international students is for Australia and for our national interest, but we do just have to be clear-eyed about the fact that at the moment, the university sector is dependent on that revenue for a significant proportion of its operations.
Now go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I might start with Mr. Riley. The Nixon review identified some serious integrity issues in international education, including human trafficking, modern slavery, money laundering. Do you, in your submission, you say that in what appears to be quite a negative way, that you'd need at least 2 additional compliance-focused staff. Do you think that the additional compliance is warranted, or are you against it?
From an institutional perspective, I'd say we do a very good job of managing compliance currently. I don't believe that we actually need additional layers of compliance placed upon us in relation to the work that we're doing. I think the Act itself can always be strengthened and can always be improved, but I don't think we need to overdo it. And I am concerned about increased levels of compliance, the impact in terms of resources, but also the fact that it distracts us from what we're supposed to be doing, and that is undertaking teaching, learning, research, and engagement. So the more resources you have to put into compliance, the fewer resources you can put into your core activities.
Have you read the Nixon review?
Have I read the Nixon Review? Yes.
Yeah. And you don't think that's an important consideration?
No, I do. I'm not underselling that, but I'm talking about it from an institutional perspective and from an ACU perspective. We've adequately resourced this area. We support this area. We are very focused on compliance as an institution and supporting our students and ensuring that they are not abused, that they are not exploited, and we have a full program of support for our students to ensure that that's the case. So if we have other additional compliance requirements placed upon us, it is actually going to make it more difficult to ensure that we're compliant across all areas.
Okay, I might ask the others on the panel as well, if you believe that there's too much compliance or if the bill actually is an appropriate response to the Nixon Review. Mr. Bagshaw? Oh, Dr. Bagshaw?
Among the broad range of education providers, public universities are, by their nature, compliant. They are mission-driven, public purpose, seeking to comply with the regulations, and are, in general, not where you see behaviours requiring additional compliance.
Okay. Professor Parfitt?
Yeah. Senator, I think the key message from the Nixon Review was that there are issues that needed to be addressed widely across the sector. And it's setting aside whether it's a compliance-related regime, various responses have been necessary. And I think universities have responded by looking at cohorts, pipeline supports they put in place that go well beyond just complying with what's in place with the reporting. So where there are issues like that that impact on the entirety of Australia's higher education sector and reputation, I think we have an obligation to respond.
Thank you. Professor Williams?
Yes, I agree with what was just said, and I think, again, to relate it to this bill, I think it would be reasonable for Parliament to say that how well a university is dealing with integrity issues when it comes to the recruitment of international students is a factor to consider in their cap. I think it goes to social licence, and I think it's a reasonable thing to take into account, given again what the Nixon Review has identified.
Thank you, Professor Williams. I would agree with you. Thank you. Professor Leon.
Oh, yes. Public universities are already taking a very careful and supportive approach about ensuring that our students are not being exploited or trafficked. And so, of course, we strongly support the need for Australia to have a very clean bill of health on those issues. I think it's true, however, that the Nixon Review problems primarily identified those not in the public universities. And so there ought to be a balanced approach to applying compliance and inspections and so on, relevant to the risk that each part of the sector faces. I agree with Professor Williams that failures to demonstrate good management of these issues is one of the factors that could be taken into account in setting an institution's cap. But we ought to be nuanced about how the already very highly regulated sector of the public universities is handled and treated compared to the somewhat less regulated private sector.
Thank you. Professor Leon, I did have another question for you relating to your submission. You talk about the accommodation guarantee that you provide to international students. Can you tell us briefly how that works?
This is for international students on our regional campuses where if they come and we have enough accommodation that we can provide them with a room. We currently have approximately 600 beds that are unused across our regional campus footprint. So there's no shortage of accommodation for students who come to study with us regionally. But as I said, of course, that is only a small proportion of the students who come to Australia who will come to our regional campuses.
So, because your submission also says that you think there should be a removal of provisions relating to student accommodation. Is that just, do you think that's just metro, that there shouldn't be any provisions in the metro, but there should in the regions? Can you just clarify that for me?
So we, as I think has been put into the public arena by numerous experts in this field, we think that the link that is being made between accommodation and international students is not a sound one. International students that are studying at our city campuses are primarily staying with friends and family. And if they do need accommodation, we connect them with purpose-built student accommodation that's offered through companies that we liaise with through our education provider. But mostly, our students are staying with relatives and family friends, and that is part of why they've come to the city that they've come to, is that it will provide them with an affordable, community-based accommodation location. So we think it's untrue that international students are driving the housing crisis in our cities. In fact, Australia has a lower overall population now than it was predicted to have if growth had continued normally as it was going before the pandemic. So it's a housing problem, not a migration numbers problem.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sir.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I was hoping to start with ACU. I'm interested what the maximum percentage of international students that you've ever had is, if you have that percentage.
17%.
17%.
17%,
okay.
And that's our current international enrolment.
Uh-huh. And in your opening statement, you said that you're looking at a reduction of 55%?
In commencing.
Is that correct?
Yeah, relative to our commencing load in 2024, our 2025 load would be, yes, cut by 55%, just over 55%.
That is quite an extraordinary cut. It doesn't sound like other universities are facing such steep reductions. And I note that the Minister said publicly at his press conference, announcing the caps that, and to quote, all up, what I'm telling you is for universities, their numbers next year will be roughly the same as what they were last year. This clearly isn't the case for ACU, is it?
Yeah, the algorithm as it plays out, unfortunately, does disadvantage us. It's obviously an unintended consequence, but it's a consequence nonetheless. So yes, we are, I guess, we suffer as a consequence of the new algorithm.
And I understand you've gone back to the Department of Education with concerns about your cap. What's their response been like?
We have submitted our written response. We have not yet had our meeting with the department. We will be having that soon, and we will be making known our concerns in relation to the way that the algorithm has played out and the impact that it has had on the university.
Is that a specific meeting requested about your cap, or is that sort of part of a general consultation?
It's part of the broader consultation across the sector, the meeting with each institution.
Okay. How long does that meeting go for?
My recollection is I think it's about half an hour.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Senator.
Vice Chancellor Williams, you previously raised concerns around the constitutionality of this legislation, something that you know a thing or two about. Firstly, is the issue that caps are not published or transparent an issue? And secondly, despite this having now got a sense of the caps and how they vary across organisations and jurisdictions, do you still hold those concerns? I believe the NT has been carved out completely from this legislation.
That's right, and I did have concerns without knowing how the formula was going to be applied. I don't think there are now likely to be constitutional issues along the lines I raised, and that's because I wondered whether there would be differentials built in between states. So South Australia might be privileged over New South Wales in some way, for example. That's the sort of thing the Constitution doesn't prohibit. But in the end, the Constitution doesn't require a sensible public policy approach. It just says it can't be discriminatory between states. So I think that argument falls away. I'm sure private providers in particular will be looking at other arguments around acquisition of property and the like. Be interesting to see if they find any angles for attack. Again, that's a more difficult angle, but the stakes are very high, so I'm sure they'll be getting some legal advice.
Okay, thank you. And can I just throw a few questions to the panel? I'm interested in the level of consultation you had from the Department of Education as they formulated the model that they've used to calculate your caps.
I don't think any of us were consulted on.
That's correct. There was no consultation about, and that's how I think we've got in this position with, say, us and ACU, two of the biggest trainers of international students who work as nurses in Australia, both been hit very hard. I mean, if you had consultation, that'd be about the least likely thing you'd want to do.
Absolutely.
Yes, no, that certainly makes sense to me. And one of the things that's been raised with me by a number of universities is the data that the Department of Education is using to calculate your caps. Are you comfortable? Have you worked that through with the department to ensure that you're both working with the same data?
In our case from UTS, we can replicate the data, Senator.
In our case, it's slightly different. Not a major difference. We've taken that up with the department, but it's not sizably different.
At ACU, we haven't yet replicated the data, but we will be raising our concerns in relation to the data itself in our meeting with the department.
The CSU of which year gets picked as your baseline, so it's an algorithm problem.
Yep.
Thank you. And just on Charles Sturt University, I understand that a lot of the concerns around international student numbers are driven out of the big cities, and Sydney probably being the central area of concern. Could you maybe explain to the committee how this affects Charles Sturt, given that you're operating a number of campuses, both in regional but also in metro areas, and how this cap just plays out campus by campus and then across your whole sort of university operations?
Thank you, Senator. So 8 campuses across regional New South Wales, and we also have 1 campus in Sydney and about to reopen a campus in Melbourne. Those city campuses will need to be the primary location where international students study, simply because that is where the international student market is attracted to come. And so students who come to Australia, they choose what city they want to live in, often because they have relatives there or they have community support there. And so the numbers of students who choose to come to regional Australia is about 3% across the nation. So we do depend on our city campuses to provide the revenue that supports our regional campuses. I know we've discussed in other contexts, Senator, how expensive it is as the overhead for a university to run this multi-campus operation so that many regional communities benefit from access to higher education. But it's an expensive overhead such that our student numbers are spread across many campuses that all need to be maintained and serviced rather than just held on one primary campus. And so for all those reasons, the revenue that comes from our city international student load is really critical to maintain our service to regional communities in the bush.
Thank you for that. And just finally to the panel, I'm interested in how you feel about the revocation of Ministerial Directive 107 being tied to the passage of this bill. It seems to me, sort of listening to universities today, that you're in a fairly difficult position. The old saying, negotiating with a gun to your head. I'm interested in how you see those two things playing out.
Well, Senator, we were consulted by the Minister for Home Affairs across the sector in a general way, by the then Minister for Home Affairs some months ago, at which we all said words to the effect of anything would be better than Ministerial Direction 107 continuing, because it is killing us. It's killing so many universities. But as you say, it would be much better to have a proper policy outcome that's developed with the sector and with the policy principles outlined, so that we can achieve an outcome that meets the government's overall migration objectives without severe damage to our reputation internationally and to our ability to provide higher education services and research domestically. And so we don't really want to be forced to choose between two not very good outcomes. We would much rather have a collaborative engagement with the government to work towards a sensible policy outcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair. I'm happy to just cede the rest of my time to Senator Henderson if she has questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to take up that view.
Well, there's no appreciate Senator Pocock, but there is actually, we are out of time.
Well, Chair, I would like to just ask another couple of questions.
You are welcome to put questions on notice, and we have evenly shared out the time. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today. If you have take any questions on notice, and I understand Senator Henderson will be sending some questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 11th of September 2024.
Thank you, Senators.
I now welcome representatives both in person and via teleconference from the Holmes Institute, Independent Higher Education Australia, Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia, and Photography Studies College. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? And maybe, Mr Nagel, I might start with you. Sure.
Yes, my name is Stephen Nagel, and I'm here as the CEO of the Higher Education Division of the Holmes Education Group.
Peter Hendy, I'm the CEO of Independent Higher Education Australia.
James Hart, I'm the Policy Manager at Independent Higher Education Australia.
Felix Perry, Deputy Chief Executive, Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia.
Jim Davidson, I'm a Board Director of Photography Studies College, Melbourne.
Thank you, Mr Davies. If you have a short opening statement, if it's long, I would request that you send it to us, and we'll put it on, as I say, we'll put it on Hansard, and everyone will be able to see it, and we'll certainly be able to consider it in our final report. But I might just go in the same order again, convenience. Mr Nagel, if you'd like to go first.
Yes, Senator, I've appeared in the second day of the hearing, so I won't go into the whole rigmarole of who Holmes Institute is, but just to say that we're a 20-year-old institute of higher education, a private institute of higher education. Over a 20-year period, we've built up pre-COVID to 8,600 students. We have 6 master's degrees, we have 6 bachelor degrees, we have a cybersecurity research centre which has produced a patent, and we have a cybersecurity grant from the federal government to develop executive courses in cyber awareness for the water industry. So we've established ourselves as a very reputable private provider over a 20-year period. The Graduate Outcomes Survey, which has just been published, we've got an 82% overall satisfaction, and our quilt results are above average in all areas. So we've been hit with a cap of 980 students, which represents an 88% reduction on our CRICOS capacity. We have 13,000 square metres of space under lease in Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane and the Gold Coast, and it is illogical to expect us to exist on a cap of 980 students. The cap is calculated on the year 2023. The universities have the year 2019. If we were capped on 2019, we had 6,000 starters, we had 8,400 students. In 2023, in order to maintain our EL level of 1, we were abstemious in exercising genuine student criteria, and we only recruited 1,400 students. Other providers who were not abstemious in that recruited far more students, and corruption in the agent sector in 2023, people were paying $4,000 per student plus a 20% commission. We did not do that, and we are now suffering with an illogical cap of 980 with a capacity of 8,800.
Mr. Hendy.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to make a brief statement. Independent Higher Education Australia remains of the view that the ESOS Amendment Bill should be opposed, especially if it contains the economically damaging international student capping regime. This position is stronger than ever, and that is because since we last spoke, the government has announced an indicative capping regime of $175,000 for higher education in 2025. There is no genuine transparency on data, but we understand that for the 2025 caps, the Group of 8 cap is a 12% increase on 2019 figures and a bare 1% fall on 2023 figures. For the non-Group of 8 universities collectively, we simply have no clear line of sight, but we understand overall there has been an increase on 2019 figures. For the regional universities, and they have been before you today, we know there was, as they said, a decrease on 2019 figures, but they have had an 11.1% increase on 23 figures. Based on what has been reported through the Department of Education to the media, a 78% increase on 2024 figures. While I note very few appear happy, this is an outrageously unfair for independents, because independents have a 19% decrease on 2019 figures and a 32% plus decrease on 2023 figures. There is absolutely no clear explanation from the government for the discrimination against the independent providers. We can only surmise that the government has made a whole lot of subjective judgments in favour of their publicly owned institutions, and given their cap of 175,000 students for HE overall, they have retrofitted a formula or methodology leaving independents as big losers. I here on behalf of the independent sector is therefore calling for three things. One, a higher proportion of the higher education sector's allocation of new international student commencements. We note that in 2023, 23.4% of new international student commencements were in non-government providers, and thus the independent providers' share of the allocation of the 175,000 new student commencements for higher education should be 23.4% of 175,000, or 40,950, which is an increase of 10,950 compared to the 30,000 cap that the independent sector has been given. Two, no individual independent higher education provider should be worse off than the number of new international student commencements they had in 2019. And three, there should be a guarantee that a proportion of the unused allocations at non-group of 8 universities is redistributed to independent higher education providers in the following year's allocation. That's 2026. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. Dr. Hart.
Nothing from me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just read the first part of the opening statement and then table the rest if you're comfortable with that.
Mr. Perry, that would be a great deal of assistance. Thank you.
Gold
star.
Well, I'm done then.
Right. Scrap the legislation and then you get a gold star.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. The Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia welcomes the opportunity to speak with you once again on this bill, and thank you for having us here. The fact that we're all here again highlights the flaws in the bill. Being poorly drafted insofar as it appears to contain some technical flaws, concerns remain that it will have an adverse impact on independent skills training and higher education providers, and Peter's just outlined some of those issues. The end result will be job losses of hard-working Australians in the thousands. In this context, ITECA welcomes the committee's further examination of the inadequate arrangements for developing the details of the bill. The absence of an assessment of the likely impact across different areas of the sector it will affect and the as yet unknown implementation arrangements all merit significant further interrogation. Independent providers in skills training, higher education and international education sectors need to be able to plan, invest and grow with certainty and have a clear understanding of the regulatory environment in which they operate in order to be able to operate commercially sustainable businesses and protect the jobs of their employees. Unfortunately, this ESOS Amendment Bill delivers none of these things and in fact diminishes each of them in turn. Further, the Australian Government has managed to achieve this by making decisions on the fly without adequate consultation or advice to the tertiary education institutions regarding its impact. That said, ITECA needs to highlight the positive way in which the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations and the Australian Skills Quality Authority has engaged with us on this bill. If only the same could be said of other stakeholders across the Australian Government. Thank you.
Mr Davidson.
Thank you for the invitation to present today. I represent Photography Studies College. We support the view being put by our colleagues that the bill as proposed is of grave concern, particularly to us as a small niche higher education provider. If you'll indulge me, I want to talk about small providers. The way the total enrolment numbers are conceived, along with the methodology proposed, will have the impact of a stray bullet reverberating through small private higher education institutes. So we're going to be collateral damage. PSC, for example, has a 50-year history as a niche provider in the creative industries, delivering education programs in photography and digital media. Since 1993, we've focused on fee-paying Australian students, supplemented by a very small number of CRICOS places for international students. We now provide CRICOS-approved courses at undergraduate certificate, bachelor and master's level. Our source countries for international students are predominantly OECD and ASEAN members, and currently our students are drawn from Japan, Korea, the United States, Canada, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Slovakia and Italy. Since 2019, we've been approved by the US Department of Veterans Affairs to deliver funded bachelor degrees to US veterans. In March 2020, yes, and it was March 2020, we opened a new purpose-built education and photographic facility in South Melbourne, demonstrating a substantial investment in facilities and commitment to the college's future. In the past 4 years, we've withstood the impact of COVID and the reintroduction of the 20% loan fee on our students' fee help loans and the resultant reductions in domestic student enrolments. In 2024, the national regulator assessed our application and approved an increase in CRICOS places to 100 places. We are one of a limited group of institutes of higher education with only up to 100 CRICOS places that are predominantly small, well-known and long-established creative arts bodies that sustain their viability domestically with a small number of international students. So we submit that the existing CRICOS caps established through the present ESOS legislation and approved by TEXA are the appropriate basis for caps on international student numbers in our small institutions. The methodology proposed by the Minister to implement a total enrolment cap for private higher education programs does not take into account their individual circumstances of these small creative institutes or their reputations. Should it proceed, we, our staff and students, believe that we may be collateral damage which would represent an entirely unfair and discriminatory impact. We believe, as has been presented today, there are measures that could be taken to support our small sector. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering whether you might want to move that chair and just move along,
Sure.
Make it a bit easier so Mr Nagle's not sort of stuck on the end, just to make you a bit more comfortable. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you so much for being here this afternoon. It's very much appreciated. Mr Davison, firstly to you, your description of the government's bill as like a stray bullet through the private higher education sector sums up the chaos that we are now seeing, where many private businesses are sitting on the edge of a cliff, not knowing whether they can open their doors next year. Tell me about the specific impacts on your college.
Well, if I go back to 2019, we had something like 5 international students. By the time of 2021, we approached our cap, which at the time was 20. So we were sitting at about 18. Of course, that all dropped out during COVID, and then coming back up in the current year, we had 10 new commencing students and 18 students overall. So we've been bouncing at our CRICOS cap for some time. We follow the process that private providers have to do. We go to our regulator, we talk about our requirements, we have to document everything to do with our compliance with the national code, our staffing, our facilities, library resources, student support. And I suppose our relationship is directly with TEXA, and TEXA assesses us on all sorts of criteria, and they act as the CRICOS regulator on behalf of the department. So we feel it's unjust to then again put on top of us another cap, which has got no basis, for which there's no consultation, of which the methodology is niggardly.
So just to confirm, you went back to TEXA and you also obtained a higher CRICOS cap. What is that CRICOS registration number?
100.
100. So you've got a CRICOS registration number of 100 approved by TEXA, the regulator, and then you've got the minister on the side with this bill proposing to smash your college by giving you only 10 international students for next year.
That's correct.
You spent how long trying to increase your registration and to grow your college?
Well, it's an ongoing process. We've been a higher education provider since 2011, and the investment, I suppose we made a big investment to shift premises in 2019, 2020. I mean, our owner has demonstrated a substantial commitment to the business, and we've injected lots of capital into it. So we've done that on the plan. You know, we've had to submit plans. We're up for re-registration, and we go through all these processes. We're up for we've applied for self-accreditation status. So we're playing in the role with the regulators to do the things that we expect to do. And then I suppose for us, this just comes across as a shot at the bow, and you think, this is so unpredictable and so random that we feel that the randomness of it is what's of most concern to us.
But is it random? Because I would put to you that this is very deliberate by the government, because when you look at the numbers across the university sector as a whole, their numbers have gone back 1%, but the numbers for private higher education providers have gone back 28%. So I would just suggest, and others may wish to comment on this, that this is looking like a really significant attack on private higher education.
Peter Hendy or Felix might want to comment on that. I would just say for us, the impact, if you go into the methodology, it is so granular that, I mean, disadvantages small providers. It doesn't enable you to grow. I mean, 2 students is a lot of students for us, 2 international students. You know, it's not, we don't think in thousands. So 2, 5, 10 students are a lot. If we had a CRICOS cap of 100, that translates at maximum, if we had the full thing, 30 students in each year for 3 years. I mean, and our students pay their way. They're not, they don't have rights of residency in Australia. They might have a couple of years afterwards, but then they have to leave. So it is a commercial transaction by foreigners to actually engage in quality higher education in Australia.
And I was going to come to you, Mr. Nagel. I'll just say your name because just for people listening, there's no broadcast. So to you, Mr. Nagel, the figures that you've cited today are alarming. When you appeared last time, we didn't know what the cap is. We've had to call this hearing today because the government very deceptively announced the student caps the day after our last Senate hearing, which just suggests a real attempt to keep this secret and to try and shove this bill through the Parliament. We say that is simply not good enough. And now hearing with the situation you are in, I mean, your business is in real trouble, isn't it?
Absolutely. The cap of 980, we have 4 campuses. We have 250 staff. We kept all of our academic staff on full-time over COVID, expecting the recovery, which we've had, in 2024. We're back to about 50% of our capacity now, and we've kept all of the staff on over the last 4 years in order to get that capacity back up. And the impact of Ministerial Directive 107 and the doubling of the application fee, I mean, we don't need caps. The market is collapsing anyway. You know, we should take our time to negotiate these caps and to negotiate the management of the international education sector. The numbers will not come back in 2025. The caps are unnecessary to implement at the moment. There's been no consultation whatsoever. Nobody called me. Nobody called me and said, Nagel, you've got 1,000. I'll probably have to make 100 staff redundant, and probably before Christmas. We just won't have enough work for people next year. And there's no warning at all. And the way the caps, I mean, why are the universities getting 2019 when I had 8,400 students? And
so just to clarify, what you're saying is that their numbers are calculated on the 2019 figures.
Yeah, and ours are calculated on 2023.
And I would suggest that they ran the numbers, they worked out for what a rhyme or reason, because they were refusing to give us any of the modelling, that they needed new student commencements of 175,000, and they've just sort of squeezed you in on the end and cut your numbers dramatically.
Yeah, but it's a consequence of illogical policy. You're just taking a point in time, and everybody has different circumstances at that point of time. And you're trying to invoke a Soviet-style central planning system in a market economy. And the public universities can close their lecture theatres and tell the cleaners to come next year. We can't do that. We pay tax, we pay rent. The universities don't pay tax. The universities don't pay rent. You know, we are a private business. We have not been consulted. And I would say that there is a bias in there, and I would say that the caps are not reasonable and would come under the Administrative Decisions Judicial Review Act, because they are not adhering to the rules of natural justice. I mean, one of our colleagues got an institution up after years of work. They got a 250 Krikos allowance 6 weeks ago, and then they got a cap last week of 0. Now, the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. How can the government give an institution a Krikos cap of 250 and 6 weeks later send them a letter and say, you've got 0? I mean, that is not natural justice. You know, either we go back and have a pause. We don't need to reduce the numbers for 2025. If this is about population control, doubling the visa fee and 107 have done it for you. So either we go back and talk about it again with individual people, with individual circumstances, and not just take an arbitrary point in time, or we'll end up in court. You know, we'll end up on a natural justice argument that you didn't tell me, that you were biased against me, and there's no natural justice in it. It's appalling. It is policy on the run. And you've listened to the universities, you've listened to Professor Williams. You know, there is no substance to this. It's destructive. It's un-Australian to expect people to just sack 100 staff on 2 weeks' notice. It's appalling.
And you've got 4 campuses.
We've got 4 campuses. We have 13,000 square metres of space. And
can you
with
keep them all
980 students, I'll just have to go, we'll put them all in Melbourne, and the other campuses will just have to let them fly.
And just close the doors?
Well, we've got students to teach out, but that will take us a year. And then in that year, there'll be no seed corn. There'll be nothing coming through. So it's seriously is going to destroy people like us who, you know, we're EL1, we fought to keep our EL1 status through 2023, whilst in the market, people were paying $4,000 on top of commissions and flooding their institutions with students who couldn't speak English properly. You know, I mean, we have really towed the line here, and we're being disadvantaged for towing the line.
And just for those who don't understand the private higher education sector well, you are a very highly credentialed, very long established provider, the lowest risk provider because you're an EL1, which is operated in Australia for...
The Holmes was established in 1963, and we took it over in 1989. So the same management has been there for 35 years, and we've come from being English language, we're linguists, basically. And in 2004, we got a Bachelor of Business with 60 students.
Okay.
And since then, we've got an MBA, a Master of Information Systems, a Cybersecurity Research Centre. We have really towed the line.
Unfortunately, I'm under time constraints. Mr. Hendy, we've just heard Mr. Nagel speak about his circumstances. There are a number of private providers that were given a CRICOS registration, providing bachelor degrees in renewable energy, in advanced manufacturing, in EV technology, and they've now found out they've got zero caps, which has plummeted this sector into absolute chaos. As I said before, this bill and the impact of this bill, this proposed legislation on your sector is absolutely horrific. It demonstrates and confirms that this is a dog's breakfast of a proposal. This is a minister who's completely lost touch with how to even, frankly, govern this sector, let alone bring forward good policy. What impact has this had across the board?
Hugely significant, very damaging to a large number of independent providers. We've surveyed internally membership. There is a large proportion who have had their viability significantly impaired, and when we look at the caps that have been announced with this new regime, the indicative caps, we have asked our members to get back to us to give us a sense of how they have been impacted, except for very, very, very few cases. They all seem to have taken a 32% hit on their 2023 figure. And as Holmes Institute were saying, Stephen was just saying, that can be, 23 is completely arbitrary and can be a poor year or a good year, or it's just, there's no good public interest methodology to that. Just to go from there and just advance from where Stephen Nagel was just talking, this methodology that we've got now is just for 25, the year 2025. The next year could potentially have completely different methodology. And that starts...
Who knows, it could be zero.
And that starts really, really soon, because we have been advised by the Department of Education that they will be moving to a pattern of announcing the following annual caps in the May budget. The May budget next year starts being prepared by Treasury and Finance Department in December this year, only just around the corner. And yet we haven't even got
And it's got to be a March budget, by the way. That's the plan.
Oh, and indeed a March budget, so maybe it's even 2 months earlier. So we're almost there right now. So the point is that there is enormous uncertainty. We're trying to digest what actually has been announced and the statistics and the data and the methodology, and yet before we know it, within a couple of months, there'll be a new round. So I thought I'd just mention that.
No time.
Thanks, Mr. Hendy.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Nagel, I just want to clarify with you. You were saying 4 campuses across the country. You said 100 jobs could be lost?
Yes.
And some of those campuses could close?
Yes.
Become like very shrunk, I guess.
So to give you an idea, right now, I've got 2,000 Master of Information Systems students, and almost 1,000 of them are on the Gold Coast. And they've all done either a year or a year and a half. So they've got either 8 subjects to go or they've got 4 subjects to go. So if I can't keep replenishing those numbers, then we'll have to put mothballs in there because the department have said to us, the 980 cap is across the 4 campuses, and you tell us where you want to put them, right? So and what are we going to do? So we've got an 11-story building here in Sydney with 5,000 square metres. So what do? We close it and put all the 980 in Melbourne. The numbers in Sydney are quite low. Sydney has not had a good COVID. So our decisions will be, I would say, about 100 redundancies and probably Sydney, Brisbane, Gold Coast. And we've just broken into the cybersecurity area. We've worked really hard to get a research centre up, and we're attracting students in. The research centre supplies the master's students with research projects, but it will all crumble. With we're set up to have at least 6,000 to 7,000 students, and we've done that. We've had consistently between 5,000 and 7,000 students for the last almost 10 years. In 2018 we had the biggest MBA school in Australia, and we've reinvested the money that has come from that into information systems, which is and we got a government grant for cybersecurity awareness for the water sector. We're working with critical infrastructure, and this will gut us, and our reputation offshore. We're refusing students. I mean, I think that there's no forethought in this, and I said the last time I presented that these catastrophes, like the Tiananmen Square incident, the Asian economic crisis, markets don't bounce back. I said the last time, it's not a magic pudding. I listened to the vice chancellors, and they're saying the same thing. You can't just go to countries after you've undiplomatically ruined a whole industry and then go, "Oh, we'd like you back again." The collateral damage is not just, and it's not, is this a housing crisis? I mean, you answer me, Senator. Is it negative gearing or population control? Are the international students, what's causing structural problems in the Australian economy? Is it negative gearing? Is it inflation? I mean, how can international students be the cause of such a downturn? The international students were responsible for a lift in GDP, not a decrease in GDP that we're seeing now. And so what are you going to do? You're going to decrease the progenitor of an increase in GDP. It's illogicality at its best.
It makes no sense, no matter what angle you look at it from.
Whatever angle you look at it.
I 100% agree with you there and everyone else who's presented evidence this morning. Mr. Hendy and Mr. Peary, we've heard today that that some small providers have been given a cap of 0. I've heard from many others who have been given a cap of 0, even where they already have international students enrolled in 2025. And also some English language colleges receiving a cap of 0 despite offering no exempt courses. That again points to the complete illogicality and irrationality of this. Have you heard similar things? And how will this be implemented? Will people who have already been enrolled, do you know any more information about, and their caps are now 0, and some of your providers might be in that situation, will they have to rescind obviously their enrollments? Is that where this will end up?
Yes, quite possibly. And thank you for the question, Senator. I mean, obviously we all saw the article earlier in the week about that, globally, I think the first degree in EV technology based in Brisbane. It's a terrific initiative, and the owners of that provider have put millions of their own money into that, and they've been given a cap of 0.
Yep.
We actually have a couple of members who have been given a cap of 0, some providers who have just started out, so they've got very small numbers in the last couple of years and they've been given a cap of 0. One who is actually probably about a kilometre from where we are having this hearing today. They've been given a cap that's vastly reduced, but they had fairly significant numbers for them last year, so they've still got vastly reduced numbers. But one, actually, I was going to sort of butt in on what Stephen was saying before. They've been given a cap here of, they sent it to me, a cap of 0. Takes into account your commencements from 2023 and so forth, but they only deliver ELICOS and non-award programs. So they've been sent a letter saying you've got a cap of 0 in relation to courses that aren't subject to limits.
That's right.
Anyway. So what this sort of thing does is, for a provider, it just creates a degree of panic, if I can be completely honest.
Yep.
And for a provider that's in a situation where there's this this anxiety spreading across all providers in the sector, whether you're vet only, higher ed only, your dual sector, whatever you're delivering, this anxiety spreads across the sector. It's spreading to students as well, of course, and to our offshore markets. This provider gets a letter saying you've got a cap of 0 for next year, and tick-tock, you're going to have to implement that pretty quickly. And they're in a position where they're contacting people like I hear, people like us at ITECA, saying, what do I do here? What is this about? And then it's, oh no, sorry, that doesn't actually mean you get 0 students. And then we have to go through a period of clarifying. Now, these are the sorts of things, putting aside the, maybe a separate inquiry into 107 would be a useful thing, but just focusing on the bill, maybe it would have been useful to have these sorts of discussions several months ago, so we could go through implementation issues and so forth, but we haven't been able to do that. We're now at the stage where things are being implemented very, very soon, and as I think we all said in our openings, that businesses need time to plan and they need certainty. Just like universities, our members are issuing offers to students some time ago, months ago, and students are accepting those offers. And visas are hopefully soon, but visas are being issued to those students. So yes, it's entirely feasible that offers will have to be withdrawn from those students.
I mean, everyone was hoping that after the cap numbers would come in, there would be a bit more certainty, but I feel that it's been the opposite. There's even more uncertainty after that. There's no transparency. No one knows what's going on. Yep, sure.
Sorry, Senator, could I just say on that? In terms of certainty with numbers, none of the more than 860 vet providers that have a CROCOS registration have their numbers yet. So in higher education, there's quite a complex way in which the numbers have to be developed, because there's the methodology in higher education which is opaque and I think everyone would agree is a bit secretive.
Yep.
Certainly none of our higher education members that I've spoken to have been able to match the data from the department with the data that they're extracting from PRISMs either. But in skills training, the challenge is that the government's got a policy of those with an 80% concentration or greater and those below, but the Department of Education doesn't hold any data on the number of domestic students that a provider has in vet. So they've had to wait for the 2023 data to be published by the National Centre for Vocational Education Research, which only came out yesterday. The problem, and there's an element of that which highlights those students that have an international status.
Yeah, okay. Last question from me, so I'll ask it quickly. We're hearing from you, private providers, that you want to be exempt from this cap system. I think you said that, Mr. Davidson. We're hearing from VET providers that they want to be exempt from this. We're hearing from universities that they want to be exempt from these caps. So, this bill, do you think this bill should just be scrapped and the government should go back to the table?
I think, yes.
And then come back with something that is workable, sustainable, and for the long term?
Indeed.
But I think that regulating the agent activity in Australia is probably the only sensible part of the Act. I think that the power that the Minister has to tell us what courses we can deliver,
Yeah, yep.
that stifles innovation.
Absolutely.
It stifles development of the private sector. And, let's be honest, the private sector from the Nixon Review is not us. We are like upstanding citizens. We are not involved in illegal activities. We're not criminals. The way that Minister O'Neill referred to the dodgy higher education providers, we have TEXA. We have a very, very high bar to get across. And so I really object to be called dodgy. But I do agree that the activity of education agents in the local market has reached a point which is corrupt.
Yeah, but
And
that's
so-
not 7 and 8 of the bill.
No, that's not 7 and 8, that's 3.
When I say scrap,
Scrap
I'm
7 and
talking about
8.
7 and 8. I'm talking about ministerial direction.
But Senator, we have time. The numbers are going to crash. They're crashing.
Yep.
Like 50% less applications. So why is the government panicking and thinking that rents will go down if we have less international students in 2025? We know that the gestation periods are really long in these things.
Well, we
so
know that
2026 maybe, and let's talk about it and not take an arbitrary point in time and try to have a control system which is not based on circumstance across the whole group.
Yeah, because it is a race to the bottom on migration between the government and the coalition. That's the crux of it. It's not an education policy.
Now goes to, thank you, Senator. And sorry,
Thank you.
I didn't
Thank you, Chair.
want to
That's
interrupt
good.
the last
That's good.
comment.
No.
My apologies. We've just got one question, and it sort of goes to this question about alternative models. We've been discussing alternative models both today and on a number of occasions, but specifically one alternative model that's been proposed. You may have heard the similar question I asked earlier. The Shadow Minister at the time, Dan Tehan, published on the 24th of May, the Coalition will target a net overseas migration level of 160,000. And the migration expert, Abul Rizva, has said that at 160,000, you would barely have an international education sector, and that was said in the AFR. So would these figures drastically have an effect on student numbers for independent higher education providers? And what would be the impact?
Depends who you target.
Mr. Hendy?
Chair.
So, Mr. Chair,
We've got no plan to target the private higher education sector.
Thanks, Mr. Hendy.
Mr. Chair, just to say it, we're not always convinced about Mr. Rizvi's mathematics. It's how he takes his assumptions on commencements and completions. However, to the core of your question, the 175,000 student cap that the government has announced is very, very economically damaging. Obviously, an even lower number would be even more damaging.
May I comment, Senator?
Yes, Mr. Davidson.
And also to answer Senator Faruqi's question, we don't so much seek an exemption, we just seek consistency with one regulatory system. We have as a small provider, and all the private providers, we're subject to quite rigorous regulation through TEXA.
Mr. Davidson, I was asking you the question.
I know,
but you are welcome to put something in writing later on as a question on notice. But it's
Everyone
my question.
should be exempted.
It's my question. I'm sort of asking, but you are welcome if the senator wants to put it on notice.
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
will.
not
Thank you.
stopping you from expressing your view, but now's not the time. It's my question time, so not your answer time. Whatever you wish.
On that, sorry, Dean.
I'm finished.
Sorry. On that, a decrease, as Peter said, a decrease has the potential to, to damage the international education system. But what we're talking about with a lower number is just a lower number. The temporary migration system has myriad components to it. We're not talking in that, and I have to say I haven't read the article, so I'm not sure exactly which one you're talking about, but when we just say we're going to have this number, there's no actual discussion there about it, and it's going to have these components and it's going to reduce in these areas. So it's very difficult to comment on the extent of damage that may occur under just a number, rather than if there were specific consultation on various scenarios within that. And there hasn't been in this circumstance either. There's just been a number and then bang, that's the way it's going to happen. If there'd been a number and then some consultation about the way it would happen, that's a different story, but we haven't had that here either.
Mr. Nagel?
So I would preface my comment by saying that I've been a pioneer in the international education sector, starting with a trip to Seoul in 1988, and I've watched it grow over the last 35 years to a great thing in Australia, a great cultural advance, that we have created an industry where we engage the international sector in education. We're not shearing sheep, we're not digging holes in the ground, and I'm not casting aspersions on the agrarian nature of Australian economy, nor of the mine.
So Mr. Nagel, I just want to go to the heart.
Yeah.
Respect that you've made
yes,
some...
but that's a preface.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
I apologise.
So I would object completely. Yeah, I would say to Mr. Tien, I'd like to negotiate with you, because the international education export sector is just a great thing. It's a jewel in the Australian economy. And I think everybody's playing with it without seeking consultation with people. I've worked in Germany, I've worked in France, I've worked all over Europe, and I've worked in China, and everybody thinks this is a joke. You're getting people coming to pay for education, and you're going to refuse them? You've got to take the education sector as a special sector. It can't be dumped in with the NOM. They are not permanent residents, they are temporary residents. Most of them go home. It must be treated as a separate sector from the immigration. And why the education bill, is masked as a migration bill, I don't get it.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us this afternoon. If you're taking any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 11th of September 2024? That would be a great deal of assistance to the committee. If you could have a good afternoon, and we'll now adjourn until suspend until 3:50. Welcome representatives from both in person and via teleconference from the Department of Education, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Anna Faithful, Deputy Secretary, Skills and Training Group in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you.
Ben Rimmer, Deputy Secretary, Higher Education Research and International.
Karen Sarnacock, First Assistant Secretary, International Division, Department of Education.
Thank you.
Alexandra Presilo, Assistant Secretary, Quality Branch, International Division, Department of Education.
And I'll now go to those online. We've got some teleconference.
Laura Angus, Skills Group from Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Daniel Langer, Assistant Secretary, Skills Group, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Katerina Lawler, Assistant Secretary, Quality and Regulation, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Vanessa Lapthorne, Assistant Secretary, Engagement Branch, Department of Education.
I now invite if you'd like to make a short opening statement, and then I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Not from me, Senator.
Happy to make one. So the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations welcomes the opportunity to appear before the committee today. We know it is critical to have a sustainable VET sector that is also capable of being dynamic and responsive to the diverse skills needs within Australia and across our international partners. Rapid growth in international education, particularly post-pandemic, has given rise to integrity issues and undermined the sector's reputation for quality education. The government believes that it is critical to act and ensure that the international education sector remains strong, has a rich diversity and is focused on contributing to the skills needs in Australia and across international regional partners. There has been considerable work in the international vet space over a number of years with a focus on lifting the quality and integrity of the sector to support Australia's world-class reputation for delivering education and training. Quality reforms were introduced in early 2024 through amendments to the National Vocational Education and Training Regulator Act 2011 that tighten the regulatory requirements on prospective and established providers to ensure they are committed to quality vet outcomes. The proposed amendments to the ESOS Act complement and augment activity to date and supports the objective of creating a managed system which delivers sustainable growth over time for onshore international education. Introducing a managed system will give education providers greater certainty and enable providers to consider adjustments in their activities and business planning. The Department has worked closely with the Department of Education throughout an intensive consultation process, with over 100 stakeholders engaged to date, including peak vet organisations ITECA and TDA and states and territories, and we continue to engage very closely, particularly in the coming weeks and months, with both of those organisations. Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much. And now go to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr Rimmer, what's the student caps for each of the higher education providers, please?
Senator, we have that information here. We anticipated that you may ask for it, so we can table that if you would like.
Could you provide a copy to the committee now so we can have a look?
Sure, we can do that.
So why wasn't that made public at the time by the Minister?
Senator, we thought it best for each university and other higher education provider to have an opportunity to see their own numbers before they became public, and to have a reasonable opportunity to respond to us about some of the issues raised in our correspondence.
Well, they didn't have a reasonable opportunity, Mr Rimmer. I mean, through your Minister, this sector has been thrown into absolute chaos, and providers were given a couple of days to respond to you. And as we've just heard today, despite what the Minister has said, saying this is a win for regional universities, many mid-tier and regional universities are on their knees, smashed by your caps, smashed by your flawed and chaotic methodology, and I would put to you that this is an absolute dog's breakfast. And I say, where is your Secretary of the Department of Education? I asked for him to appear today because, frankly, Mr Rimmer, it appears to me that you are not up to the job. So I would ask.
Can I just?
I would ask. No.
Can I just?
No, Chair. I'm sorry. I do have the call.
As the chair, making personal reflections, I think, is something that we try to steer away from. It just asks the Senator to be mindful of that in future.
Okay. So thanks, Chair. I've just heard that you gave them ample opportunity, no consultation, flawed methodology, no rhyme or reason, constitutional issues. Universities being smashed despite what the Minister has said publicly. I would put to you, Mr Rimmer, and you are the Deputy Secretary in charge of higher education, that your Minister has brought this sector to its knees as a result of this bill, which we now see the details of, which of course have meant that this debacle has gone from bad to worse. So what do you say to the fact that you've given the sector so little time to either respond and no consultation?
Mr Rimmer, before you answer, just want to remind all senators that at the beginning of this hearing that I did say that I would ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way.
I'm being very orderly.
I'll just remind everybody to continue to do that.
And
Rimmer,
tough questions.
Mr Rimmer, if you could ask the question. If you could answer the question.
Thank you, Chair, but tough questions are appropriate because this bill, now that we've seen your caps, the Minister's caps, the government's caps, this bill is mired in incompetence, in chaos, and I would ask you, given your responsibility, on behalf of the Minister, Mr Rimmer, why didn't the department consult with the sector and give them an appropriate time to respond?
Senator, thank you for the question. There's been a very large amount of consultation over the last 3 or 4 months. There's been extensive consultation on the draft International Strategic Framework, which set out some of the factors underlying the government's decision.
Mr Rimmer, I'm sorry to cut you off here. We've just heard evidence today from many providers. I'm going to ask you to be very mindful of the fact that, as to the evidence that you are giving, you have just heard this same evidence. Many providers have said they have had no consultation, particularly in the private higher education sector, but across the universities we've also heard today. So what you've just said to me, based on the many witnesses who've appeared before us today, is not true.
Well, Senator, we can take on notice the literally thousands of separate consultation engagements we've had over the past 3 or 4 months, if you wish.
Yeah, I would love to see the evidence of the thousands. I would like to see a copy of every single person talking about in relation to this bill, the level of the consultation. So I would appreciate that. No, I'm sorry. I've just got a lot of. Sorry, Chair. I've just got a lot of questions to go through.
There is a question asked. I mean, by all means, I guess I can take them on notice.
Mr. Rimmer has answered the question, and he's taken it on notice, and I want to move on to the next issue. Chair, sorry.
I won't take this out of your time.
Well, Chair, we are time limited because we have to finish.
But I'm very
5:15.
mindful that those aren't being asked the question should have an opportunity to answer them, and I appreciate that she do it in an appropriate and
So Mr. Rimmer has answered the question, and I'm entitled to move on to the next question. Mr. Rimmer, you gave evidence at the last Senate hearing that the universities had essentially breached their lawful obligation by providing wrong data. I've now ascertained that, in fact, they didn't provide the wrong data, that you relied on fields in their data that they advised you not to rely on. And in fact, the only way to determine the number of international students is to verify their data as against Home Affairs data. So I want to firstly raise concerns about the evidence you gave to me at the last hearing. And secondly, I raise concerns that I also asked for the accompanying documents in relation to the data issue, which you have failed to provide. And this is not the first time that I've asked for documents which you have failed to provide. You are under an obligation to meet the committee's request for documents. They were all relevant documents in relation to that data, complete stuff up, and I'm using polite language. So if you can't get the numbers of international students right, how can you possibly be prepared to implement this scheme? Because you also suggested to me there would not be any issues with your data systems, and we've now learnt, the day after our last hearing, we've now learnt that there are in fact upgrades required of your PRISM systems, and Home Affairs are also needing to upgrade their systems. So how can the sector have confidence that these student caps can even be implemented by the 1st of January?
Thank you, Senator. There were a couple of data issues that were discovered through the process of consultation and engagement. Those data issues did relate to fields that universities were obliged to ensure accuracy of.
Mr. Rimmer, I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you impugn the reputation of the University of Melbourne and Sydney in this respect. You were advised not to rely on the term address data because it was not reliable.
So
and the Department of Education, you ran the numbers and you said to the University of Melbourne they only had 31% of foreign students.
So, Senator...
And you got those numbers wrong because you ran those numbers. That was not the fault of the universities because they told you you could not rely on that particular field.
Senator, we tested that number with them, as any good department collegiate relationship with the sector would do, and we heard from them that they had concerns about the data quality involved, so we changed our approach and settled on a data approach that did not have the issues involved in it that the University of Melbourne referred to.
And are you going to apologise to the University of Melbourne and Sydney because you essentially suggested that they were not meeting their lawful obligations?
Senator, we will always work collegially with the sector to improve the data quality of the information that they supply to the department. But you would understand, I think, that the university sector is under an obligation to provide accurate data, and that's something that we continue to work on with the sector every day through our teams.
Mr. Rimmer, what has been clear now is that they advise you not to rely on one field of data. I'm not going to allow you to impugn the reputation of
Senator,
universities.
you're getting the order of these.
No, I'm not getting it wrong. I'm not getting it wrong.
We tested it with them.
No, Mr. Rimmer, you got the numbers wrong. You went to universities and said how many students you've got onshore and offshore. You had the numbers wrong because you ran the data wrong. And the universities had to sit down and coach your departmental staff in how to run the numbers. So all I'm saying is, before you come to another Senate inquiry hearing, please do not impugn the reputation of any member of this sector when in fact the mistake was made by the department. I understand mistakes happen, but you should not blame those mistakes on others.
Senator, you have the sequence of events incorrect.
I do not have the sequence of because even in your own...
You've impugned, the integrity of my team and myself personally.
Mr. Rimmer should be able to answer the question, and then Senator, by all means...
Thanks, Chair.
Call go back to you.
Senator, you have the sequence of those things wrong. We had a preliminary approach to the data analysis in mind. We then tested that with a number of universities. We heard feedback from Melbourne University that they no longer had confidence in the accuracy of the data that they had supplied to us about in one field. So as a result of that, we changed course and we were responsive to the needs of the sector, and we changed the way we were doing the data analysis. And we've now provided to you in the tabled information the data on which that we're talking about, the revised approach, and we're confident in that data. There was one data issue that arose in relation to one provider in the new data set that we've provided, and with the permission of the provider involved, we've used a different number for that provider, but elsewhere the numbers are accurate.
So, Mr. Rimmer, in your own question on notice, you made it very clear that the universities advised the department in 2023 not to rely on that field, which students are meant to fill in to show where they are, what postcode they are in.
We said no such thing in the question on notice, Senator.
Universities raised with the department that they were not confident that their term address data accurately recorded the location of their students in 2023. This was advised to your department. You ran the numbers. You got the numbers wrong, and I am not.
Senator,
and I'm not going to allow you to impugn the reputation of the universities in this respect.
Senator, sorry, you're misinterpreting the language that we've used there. That what we've said is that the 2023, we were advised a few weeks ago that the 2023 data that the universities had signed off on was not reliable and not suitable for use.
So, Mr. Rimmer, could I ask for those documents that you have deliberately concealed from this committee? I asked for them, all relevant documents in relation to this data discrepancy. Please table them immediately. We take this very, very seriously that you have not complied with the request of this committee, which is a breach of Senate rules.
I have not deliberately concealed anything from any committee at any time in my public service career.
Well, Mr. Rimmer, I have asked for these documents and you have not provided them. I have previously asked for documents from you and you have deliberately not provided them. I'm not going to put it up with it any longer. So I'm asking for those documents to be tabled. So, Mr. Rimmer, I also want to raise issues about your exemptions.
Yes, sir.
Government scholarship exemptions.
Yep.
And I also want to raise issues about twinning arrangements.
Sure.
Does PRISMS allow you to discern those numbers?
Not currently, Senator.
Right. So how long will it take you to upgrade your system?
A few more weeks.
A few more weeks. How much will that cost?
It's already been budgeted. I think Ms. Sandercock may be able to give us the precise figure. It was in the budget.
Thank you, Senator. We have received funding for work on the PRISM system. That was announced in the last budget. It was $2.6 million, if I remember correctly. So work is on track now to adjust prisms.
Okay, so Mr. Rimmer, just thank you. What's the how do you define a twinning arrangement? Could you give us the definition of what is a twinning arrangement, and how many foreign students are subject to a twinning arrangement in this country?
Senator, we're yet to provide precise details to the sector of the definitions of that. We're talking to the sector about that very issue at the moment. We don't imagine that it's a massive number of students. It's really designed to protect the interests of Australian providers who are operating offshore and taking Australian high-quality education to the world. That's the intention of it. There are some, as you would be aware, there are some very well-established twinning arrangements where people spend 2 years offshore and then 2 years onshore, for example. The government was very keen to make sure that those arrangements were protected and in fact incentivised in those arrangements because of the importance of transnational education.
Okay, so the answer is you don't know how many students there are?
The answer is we're working through the finer detail of that in consultation.
Do you have an indicative number? Do you have an indicative
No,
number?
Senator, I don't.
Right. What countries are key partner countries in the context of the government's proposal to specify that scholarship holders from key partner foreign governments will not count towards an institution's cap?
Senator, we're finalising the detail of that with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
So you don't know which countries are key partner countries?
Senator, the exact definition of that hasn't yet been determined.
And
but we're talking in the scheme of things, we're talking relatively small numbers. And I should say, in relation to my previous answer, the number of students that we're imagining being exempt, and we don't know the precise number to answer your question, but it is not a large number. I would say it's in the single-digit thousands.
Mr. Rimmer, in breach of Senate rules, you've declined to provide provider-level enrolment data in PRISMs. You're saying it's commercial in confidence. Have you taken a public interest immunity claim in relation to that answer?
No, Senator, we have not.
Okay, so why are you not able to provide that data? Surely it's not just in the national interest, it's in the public interest that Australians know how many foreign students are at each higher education provider.
Senator, I'm happy to look again at that answer on notice.
Mr. Rimmer, I would ask you also to look at the rules of the Senate.
Senator,
because when we
I'm
seek,
very well acquainted with the rules of the Senate.
Well, you haven't followed the. You haven't followed the rules of the Senate in relation to the question I asked. If this committee is to determine legislation in relation to foreign student caps, we are well entitled to know how many foreign students are at each higher education provider. But more than that, Australians are entitled to know that number, to test the minister's claims and to test the government's proposed legislation before the Parliament.
Senator, there is publicly available information about the number of international students at many providers.
Mr. Rimmer, I have asked for the number of international students at each higher education provider. It's a breach of the Senate rules not to provide that information. I would ask you to urgently furnish the committee with that data, please.
I'm happy to look at that on notice, Senator. There are some genuine
I'm not wanting you to
issues at the private sector end of this. I just encourage the committee to be mindful of those. I mean, obviously we'll provide what we need to provide, but if you're a small provider, you may not want your student numbers public.
Mr. Rimmer, there's a capacity of, as you're aware, to take a PIA, appropriate claim, but also you may suggest that we take certain questions in camera as well. So if you're taking that on notice, thank you.
I'm just trying to go through. There's a lot to ask. There's a lot about this bill that we do not know. I'm trying to get through my questions as quickly as possible.
You've got 1 more minute, so it's one more question.
Yeah. I'm concerned about pathway colleges. So the fact that students coming through a pathway college, there's huge uncertainty about those students. Why is the 2023 data not available? Is that within the department? And if so, why has it not been disclosed? Because the sector is operating on 22 data, which I would put to you is a major disadvantage. Can I ask you please about pathway colleges and how will they be accounted for in light of the fact that students going to a pathway college will then move on to a university?
So, Senator, the position is quite clear that if a student moves between one provider and another, that they, if they're in a non-exempt course at both ends of that transaction, then they count as a new overseas student commencement for both providers. That's been baked into the way the calculations were formulated. So it's been baked into the limits that have been provided to people. We're aware of the fact that pathway colleges want to have a conversation with government about how they're how they're managed in the system, and the idea of embedded pathway colleges, and we're continuing open discussions with the sector about that.
So what are the... It's now time for Senator Faruqi. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. There was a conversation earlier about consultation with the sector. I just want to ask if there was specific consultation on the formula that is now being used to develop the caps. Was there specific consultation on that formula with the stakeholders, universities, private providers, whoever's being impacted by this?
No, there wasn't consultation on the specific formula, Senator.
Could I ask why? Because that's the real issue. We heard today that there could be perverse outcomes, that it is really flawed. There are so many other issues and gaps in there. Was there a reason why there was no consultation?
Senator, in a situation where there's a fixed number of places to be allocated in the sector, you can imagine every provider will respond to a consultation process in a way that's in their own interests, and that's fine. That's what they should do. We didn't expect to get huge value from a consultation process about that, because what we expected to get is providers making arguments that suited their own circumstances, and that's fine. That's what I would do if I was a provider.
What value is there in smashing the sector, which is happening now? We have heard from every single witness this morning who is in the sector, who is telling us there will be job losses, some small providers will be closed. There was no consultation. So is there any educational value when that is going on and chaos is pursuing?
Senator, there's strong education policy reasons behind the bill and the approach.
Well, I haven't been able to understand that, and I've been in the sector for decades. So anyway, we'll move on from there. Mr. Rimmer, last time we spoke at the hearing, I asked you if the caps were likely to affect student choice. That would, that is one of the aims for regional universities, to have more students. And you said that I was jumping ahead, given that we did not have any numbers. Now that you have the numbers, what evidence do you have that students will actually go to the universities where these caps claim that they will go? Where is that evidence?
Senator, thank you for the question. It's an important opportunity to clear some things up. There are many high-quality providers of education in the Australian higher education sector, and for that matter in the vet sector as well. While it is the case that some regional providers have done very well in attracting students. For example, the La Trobe Bendigo campus has grown international student numbers, I think, by four times over the past 5 or 6 years.
But they've been doing well without the caps, right?
They've been doing well because regional Australian higher education provision is of a very high quality. So it's not the case that anyone is expecting that it be some kind of trickle-down effect where a student that doesn't get into Sydney kind of goes to some lower level higher education provider, in inverted commas. What is expected is that all Australian higher education providers have a reasonable opportunity to access the international education market and to do a very good job at it, as many of them are currently doing. So this idea that it's impossible for regional providers to grow
But that's not what I'm saying. That one of the policy outcomes is to direct students to regional, universities, and regional universities have said today that they are being smashed by these caps as well. So I'm not quite sure where what you are saying fits in within this scenario.
Senator, regional universities are about 80% above their 2024 numbers on.
That's because they were smashed in 2024, Mr.
Yeah.
Rimmer.
Can we?
They only had
That's-
8,900
question.
Sorry,
visas.
it's my question time.
Sorry, Serenity.
Yeah,
Sorry.
they were smashed in 2024
Yeah, they were
because
smashed.
of Direction 107.
Sure. So they're also 11% up on 2023. I have not.
Significantly down on 20.
Can we not just make sure no senators are interjecting on the other senators' questions? Senator Furky.
I have not had a regional provider say to me that they think they can utilise a higher cap within 100 or two in 2025 than the one that's been offered to them. There's no doubt that some of them want a higher cap, but that's for other reasons due to about the kind of the forward growth trajectory into 2026. So this idea that students are being directed to regional universities is, I think, quite deeply offensive to the high quality education that regional
That's what the
Australian
minister
providers.
had indicated. I'm sorry, that's what your minister has indicated
Well,
when this came out.
If my minister said directed to, then
It may not
I
be the
apologise to
same
him in
words.
advance.
No,
but,
you don't have to apologise to me.
But that's not the concept here. The concept is to give all high quality Australian education providers a reasonable opportunity to grow, and not for that to be absorbed by a small number of providers in the areas of highest housing stress.
Okay, so you still, I guess you're still going on with the rhetoric that international students are causing housing stress. Do you have, so do you have any evidence if this less students come to, let's say, UNSW or Sydney University, that will relieve housing stress in
Yes,
any way,
Senator,
shape, or form?
we do.
Could you provide that?
So, Senator, 50% of international students are in the private housing market. The 4% figure that has been bandied around is, I mean, in the general history of lies, damn lies and statistics, that one is a pretty good effort. 4% was calculated in at the time of the census in 2021, which was the lowest point of international education in Australia for a decade. There are currently nearly double as many international students in Australia as at that time, so let's call that 8%. And that 8% is a national figure. And fairly obviously, there are not many international students in the private housing market in North Geelong or in Wilcannia. And there are a large number of international students in the private rental market in inner Melbourne and inner Sydney.
Could you provide the modelling you've done on that, rather than a back-of-envelope calculation?
Sure, we're very happy to provide that. But there are some local government areas where international students make up 20% or more of the private rental market. Now, I have no beef against the international students involved. I hope you understand that. But the idea that it has no impact on rents and on availability of rental supply is simply false.
Could you provide the modelling that says that it will have an impact on rents in the city?
We'll provide the modelling.
That it will lower rents or have any such impact. So if you could provide the modelling for that.
We'll provide the modelling we have.
Yeah. Okay. If we go to the benchmarking, the caps are being benchmarked to 2023, am I right? For all providers, for private and public?
Senator, that's not the way I would describe it. And Ms. Faithful can talk about the vet providers. For universities, the ISPs are a combination of 2019 and 23 data, and in a small number of cases, 2024 data.
Okay, and for private providers?
For private providers, it's 2023 data, and in a small number of cases, it's 2024 data.
And what about 2026? These caps are just for 2025.
Yes,
what is going to happen in 2026?
Senator, the Minister has said publicly that he anticipates modest, sustainable growth in international education, that in May or thereabouts each year that the government will publicise the national planning level for the following calendar year.
So this is like each year universities will now what their caps will be. So there'll be uncertainty every year.
Well, there's uncertainty in the market today, Senator. It's not the case that universities know exactly how many students they're going to get in 2026.
How many providers have been given an allocation of 0 international students for 2025?
About 20.
About 20 providers across the country.
And there's a number of reasons why that might be. Some of them are providers who have a higher education CRICOS registration but actually predominantly do vet work. Some are dormant higher education providers who perhaps were operating some years ago, and in a small number of cases they are new entrants to the market, including Nova Education that was in the media earlier this week.
Some international students who have been given 0 caps are already above that. They've enrolled students above that cap. What will happen to those students? What is the department recommending happen to those students?
Senator,
Will they be rescinding
I'm not sure
their
we're not aware of anyone in that circumstance, to my knowledge.
But have you done that work to make sure that that is not the case?
Senator, we are looking very closely at the certificates of enrolment associated with 2025 commencements, and I'm not sure, to my knowledge, we're not aware of anything of the kind that you're describing. There are, of course, some providers who are ELICOS providers or foundation year providers for whom the cap, the limits don't apply. But we'd certainly be happy to look into any of the circumstances of the kind that you're describing. As we are, I might say, with Nova, we're very happy to talk to them and, in fact, have arranged a meeting, I think, next Tuesday with them. They are in a fairly unique situation in the transition into this bill, and so we're happy to talk to them separately.
Thanks very much. Senator Carol Brown.
Oh, thanks, Chair. My first question is to Mr. Rimmer. I just wanted to go back to the discussion that we had earlier around data, and I just want to ask, what are the university's obligations in respect to reporting and verifying data about their students to government?
Thank you, Senator. In a minute, I might ask Ms. Priscillo to talk about the ESOS obligations. But under the HESA, all providers registered under HESA, which is about 148 higher education providers, have obligations to provide data to the taxi system, and they're obliged to do that in a way which is consistent with the data definitions and the quality parameters that have been published for that system. And indeed, they do so, and the data is of very high quality, and the sector uses it every day to make assessments about what's happening and where the system is going.
So universities are responsible for verifying that the data they provide to government is correct. Correct.
They are, Senator. And Ms. Priscillo might want to add about the PRISM system and obligations in relation to certificates of enrolment.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Rimmer. Registered providers are obligated to provide a certain amount of information in regards to their accepted students and to enter that into the PRISM system. That's contained within the ESOS Act as it stands right now. And they must provide that information in specific time periods, usually 31 days or 14 days if a student is under the age of 18.
Thank you. Again, a question to the Department of Education. As a sector, how will the enrolment limits affect public universities in aggregate compared to 2019, pre-pandemic, and compared to 2023?
Thank you, Senator. So, of the 38 publicly funded universities, 34 are receiving an indicative allocation for 2025 that is at or is above their 2019 level, and 23 are receiving an indicative allocation for 2025 that's at or above their last year's level.
Right, okay. So how will regional universities benefit under the new system compared to previously?
Senator, regional universities are 11% up on 2023 and 78% up on the current forecast for 2024. But more than that, they have said to us that they value the certainty and predictability of the arrangements that are being put into place, and they feel like they make an important contribution to the system, and that international students make an important contribution to regional communities and kind of regional remote capital places like Darwin. And to the Tasmanian economy, and so there's a lot of optimism about the growth in numbers that's been included in the ISPs.
How did the University of Tasmania, considering I'm a Tasmanian senator?
Sorry, Senator, you broke up a key moment in your question.
I'm just wondering how the University of Tasmania fared.
Senator, the University of Tasmania is up 26% on 2023 and 42% on 2024. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. Was there a clear formula used to determine allocations to universities and higher education providers?
Yes, Senator.
Has this formula been transparently communicated to providers? We have been hearing a different evidence through this hearing.
Yes, Senator. The methodology has been shared with each provider, as well as the numbers used in the calculation of that methodology on a procedural fairness kind of mindset. We've also published more detailed technical information that I think has been accessed 15,000, 20,000 times about how to do the calculations in the PRISM system. We're also running a series of webinars over the next week that are fully subscribed with people wanting to know more about it. That will be a good opportunity to share the methodology in more detail. But it's been clear to people since the letters went out on Tuesday the 27th.
All right, good. Were any providers exempted from the process, from this process?
No, Senator.
Okay.
I should say there's been a little bit of miscommunication about some of that, but there is no provider that's been exempted.
What do you mean miscommunication?
I've seen reports in the media that one or other provider has been exempted or cut out of the system, and that's not the case. All providers are part of the system.
Right. Okay. Great. And how is the department preparing to support providers to manage their enrolments for 2025 within the new system?
Ms. Sandercock.
Thanks, Senator. So the first part of that process has been to engage with the providers in relation to the methodology, as Mr. Rimmer just outlined. That's been shared with providers, and we're working, first of all, with universities to go through those details and seek their feedback on it, as we are more broadly. As Mr. Rimmer touched on, we'll provide a series of technical supports in terms of engagement between the teams that are managing data within the Department of Education and outreach to those same teams, if you like, within providers. We have a structured series of webinars commencing next week for technical experts to come together and work through the data. We're also providing practical support in the form of the more detailed materials that I think Mr. Rimmer referred to in response to an earlier question, that goes out directly through the system that we maintain to providers to assist them with their calculations so they can work through and replicate the elements of the methodology that are needed. That's an ongoing process, and we'll supplement that with further details, including on arrangements that are still being developed with government to make sure we're keeping the sector as closely updated as we can ahead of arrangements for 2025.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. I've just got just one question, just a couple of parts to it, but I think it'll be relatively straightforward for the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. Just with the different provider organisations, from TAFEs to registered training organisations with domestic student focus, registered training organisations with international student focus, and organisations have only recently been approved to deliver training. In general, is there a reduction in the number of places for these providers? And also, what is the contingency to address unexpected outcomes or newly approved education providers?
Thanks, Chair. So the way in which the VET portion of the national planning level has been applied to the VET sector is to recognise that there are different types of providers. So we've developed an approach based on 4 main provider classifications. Public providers, including technical and further education, TAFE institutes, will be allocated indicative new overseas student commencements limits equal to their 2023 new overseas student commencement levels. Providers whose international students were less than 80% of the total enrolments in 2023 will be allocated indicative new overseas student commencement limits that are equal to the department's projection of their 2024 new commencements. Providers whose international students were 80% more or more of total enrolments in 2023 will be allocated indicative new overseas student commencements limits that are proportionate share of the remaining new commencements, so based on each provider's share of 2023 new overseas student commencements. And those that have entered the market in 2024, and there's about 87 providers, will be allocated a 2025 limit that is equal to the forecast of their new overseas student commencements for 2024. And those with no enrolments to date will be allocated a limit of 30 new commencements, and this number is consistent with the historical average enrolment level for new providers in their first year of registration, which is around 24. So to your question around reduction, we're likely to see a reduction, or we're anticipating a reduction for those specialist international providers with 80% or more international students. And then I'll just check the data in terms of the other types of providers. It's probably worth me saying as well that we have just in the last couple of hours put those letters out to all of those providers, which gives them their indicative number based on that methodology. We needed to wait for the NCBR data that was under embargo until 9:30 this morning, and now we've started to push all of those letters out. So in terms of giving clarity to individual providers, we're hoping now with that communication and then with further engagement, they'll start to have that clarity around their numbers.
Can we have those letters tabled, please?
Yes, yep.
Yeah, if we could, that'd be great.
Along with the private providers, just as a housekeeping issue, sorry, Chair, to interrupt, we only received, the table document only had the public university student cap application, allocation, sorry, not the private providers. Could we have that as well, please?
Senator, I think I will need to also check this question around the commercial privacy of those providers, but if we can find a way to be able to provide that detailed number in terms of the international, the implication for competitive advantage around their international student numbers. If we can find a way.
Well, that's actually a matter for the committee, so we would ask
so
for it,
so the
please.
combination would be either public immunity claim, or you could say we should keep it in camera and the reasons why.
Yep.
So there's those options similar to what we spoke about before. And just that, and just with the newly approved education providers in the future, what's contingency plans?
So
I'm clear. Sorry, I didn't quite pick that up.
Absolutely. So essentially, if we think about for 2025, the number of student commencements that we had for the vet sector is essentially 94,500. So if I take those categories of the specialist international providers, there's 61,505 new commencements are being allocated to that type of classified provider. Of the non-specialist international providers, 18,953 new student commencements will be allocated to them. Of the public providers, including TAFE, of which there's 27, 5,482 commencements will be allocated to them. And then of the new providers, we're allocating 4,560, so those are the ones already registered, and we're keeping a buffer of 4,000 commencements for those that are in the process of registration, based on that average that we talked about, that I mentioned before, in terms of apportioning around 30 commencements to each of those providers that are coming through the registration process, based on that historical average of around 24 new per year international students for new providers coming into the system.
Right, thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your time this afternoon. I have some questions for the Department of Education. I'm interested in how many higher education providers that you've issued caps to.
Senator, I think the number, how many Crocos registered providers are there? All of the public universities and all of the private higher education providers who are Crocos registered, I think that number is 127, something like that. We'll come back with the precise number in a minute.
Thanks. The precise number would be great. When will these be made publicly available?
Senator, the publicly funded university numbers we've just tabled to the committee. The private providers, we've just been engaged in a bit of a conversation about the commercial sensitivity of that, and we might, with Ms. Faithful, we might consider whether or not we ask the committee whether they'd be prepared to accept that evidence in camera, or maybe we just need to provide that on notice.
Okay. How many of those institutions have come back to you with concerns about the caps that they've been given?
Well, I think, Senator, it's fair to say that all of the conversations that we've had have been robust and challenging. I mean, this is a significant structural change in the system. It's a change that some people welcome and other people do not. But even those who welcome the change are, of course, keen to make sure that the interests of their institution and their provider are well served through the arrangements. But there's been...
I understand that. I'm asking how many have come back to you with concerns about the caps?
I don't think we have that number, Senator. We'd need to take that on notice. But I mean, we've had, I think, some 300 emails to the inbox in the last week. There's been, you know, a large volume of traffic about the new approach in the system, and we're providing as much support to the sector and thinking about it as we possibly can.
And you mentioned earlier concerns about some of the smaller private providers, some numbers being made public. But can you tell me what percentage of the allocation for next year has gone to private providers?
Senator, 30,000 places have gone to private providers out of the 270,000. And so just to answer your previous question, there were 148 letters to new HIPs and Table B universities.
Okay, thank you. At our last hearing, we were asking about the timing of the caps being issued, and I think the committee was told that it was a decision for government. The following day, the caps went out. At that hearing, did you know that the caps were going out the following day?
Senator, I knew that it was under consideration that the caps would go out the following day, but it's not my call when government makes announcements.
So you're telling me and the committee that it was only the following day in the morning that you got the all clear to send the caps out, and so you sent the caps out?
Yes, Senator.
So what time did you get the all clear? Could you just let the committee know when you were told that the decision of government was made?
From memory, it was about 11 a.m.
That's when the minister's press conference was held.
Yep.
Sorry, Senator Pocock, back to you.
Sorry, Senator Pocock, for interjecting there.
So you also found out at the press conference?
Senator, we didn't find out at the press conference, but we were told. I'm told at about 10 past 10 in the morning that that the announcement was going ahead that day.
And when were universities told?
So can I? Sorry, this is.
Sorry,
this
just
is
a follow-on question.
This is Senator Pocock may wish to answer that question. If he doesn't ask the question, then and we have time, then I'll allow the senators to ask questions. Senator Pocock, back to you.
I'm interested how the caps will be monitored. Are the caps active enrolments at a point in time or measured over a year? Could you provide some detail on how that'll happen?
Sure, Ms. Sandercock.
Thank you, Senator. So as part of the work we're doing to assist providers with managing the caps, we're making changes in the system in which providers capture their international student enrolments. You've heard it referred to as PRISMs. That will operate, so it keeps a, I suppose a running tally might be a way of describing it, Senator. It will set the provider's student allocation, and it will give visibility throughout the year to that provider's enrolments which are due to commence in that year. So they will be able to see how they are tracking towards their overall allocation through the PRISM system at any point in time, and that will be real-time information as the providers enter it into PRISMs.
And so what happens if a student doesn't turn up? Can they then offer that place to another student within that cap?
That's right, Senator. We would expect that where a student doesn't commence, and for most providers there is a small proportion of students who don't commence, then providers have to notify us that student hasn't commenced as expected. We will then see them cancel that enrolment. That will free up their place for further allocation.
And I saw that there would be some sort of redistribution of those places in April each year. I'm interested if you can explain this. How does that reallocation process work? And surely April is too late to attract students for semester one, and seems pretty tight for semester two even.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So the full details of the April reallocation process are not yet public. We are looking to a system which takes the earliest available real sense of how providers are tracking in each calendar year. We expect that to be kind of mid to late March, and then rapidly reallocate any places that a provider is expecting to not to utilise, just for use within that year, so just for effect in that calendar year. of course, we don't expect providers to be able to radically change direction in April, but we do expect, based on history, that providers will be able to flex their enrolments by a couple of hundred, perhaps, in either direction as the case requires it, and if they're able to fill those places. I mean, providers are able to grow quite quickly. There are some providers that have grown by many thousands this year compared to last year. And so we expect providers to be able to manage, if they want to, an additional few hundred places through the reallocation process.
And so when will all this detail be made public? It seems like
Senator,
universities are going to have to start factoring this in.
Yeah, we're very aware of the need for forward planning on this. As you would appreciate, the main focus of the department at the moment is on the initial allocation for 2025 and the bill itself, including all of the integrity provisions in the bill, and in supporting providers to use PRISMs and making the required changes to PRISMs. There are a number of things that Senator Henderson asked about earlier that require further detail in terms of the outright 2025 number. For example, the exact definition of the Pacific, which we're about to provide some further information to providers about. We then appreciate
and other foreign partner countries as well.
Senator Perkott is asking the questions.
I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
And so there are a number of things that we need to provide further information about 2025 in general, and then we anticipate communicating about the April reallocation process. And at a further date, we anticipate communicating about the process to consider the 2026 provider limits.
Thank you. I find it extraordinary that on the 6th of September, we're still talking about things that will need to be finalised to be able to provide information to universities for the following year, given the way that they have to make offers and plan financially and for courses. At the press conference that we were talking about earlier, the Minister said, all up, what I'm telling you is for universities, their numbers next year will be roughly the same as what they were last year. The Australian Catholic University told us earlier that they have a 55% reduction in international students commencement next year. How does that square with what we're being told?
Senator, I think both of those things are true. The 2023 numbers.
Sorry, can I just pull you up on that? It's a 55% reduction.
Senator, compared to 2023, the sector as a whole is at 145,200 compared to 146,220, and Australian Catholic University was at 1,580 in 2023, and their proposed ISP is 1,700. So it's an 8% increase on 2023.
But it's a 55% reduction from this year to next year.
It is a significant decline from this year because ACU has grown by about 2,000 places between 2023 and 2024.
And so they just need to lump that, or what's the thinking from the department there?
Sorry, Senator, I missed the question.
So they're just going to have to cop that. This is a small university. You're talking relatively tiny numbers of students in the scheme of things. They just have to cop that 55% reduction.
Senator, I think we're yet to meet with ACU. That meeting is scheduled for next week, and no doubt we'll talk to them further about that. But they doubled their numbers between 2023 and 2024, and in the unusual circumstances of 2024 that have caused a range of issues across the sector in terms of providers going up, providers going down. So we'll talk to them further about the impacts for them and work it through with them.
So what does working it through look like?
Well, Senator, I don't know because we haven't had the conversation with them yet.
So I guess my question is so there's wiggle room in a negotiation on university by university caps?
Senator, I wouldn't characterise it in that way. We're talking to each university about the data that we've provided them that has formed the basis of their calculation,
sure,
and about what it means for them, and we're taking on board that information.
Sure. I guess, Mr. Rimmer, that's why I'm asking. You said you're going to work it through, but it sounds to me what you're actually going to do is just explain the decision you've made and say, well, sorry about that. This is how it is. That doesn't sound like working it through. That sounds like just conveying information.
Senator, I'm not sure I can add to my previous answer on that.
Is there a just finally, what is the timeline to have met with all of the universities that have raised concerns about their caps, and how much time is the department giving them in those meetings?
We're finishing the first round of discussions on Monday. I believe there are 4. We've met with 34 providers in the last 5 days. We have another 4 that we're meeting with on Monday in the publicly funded universities. We're also starting a range of meetings with the private provider market, and we'll continue to talk to providers for as long as it's valuable to them to have the discussion, Senator.
And how long are those discussions?
They're generally speaking about half an hour, but sometimes they're going more than that, and there's a range of other conversations going on, and my team and I are making it very clear to providers in those discussions that if they have any questions or any material that they want to share with us, that we are very happy to have that conversation for as long as it takes.
Thank you. And in terms of Ministerial Directive 107, what is being conveyed, or what's the thinking about when that would end should this bill pass the Parliament?
Senator, I think the government's public position is that the Ministerial Direction 107 will be replaced by a future direction as of 1 January 2025, which is when the proposed arrangements in the bill come to effect. It's fair to say that the department and the minister have been receiving strong representations about the timing of that, and that's a matter that government's currently considering.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. Thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 11th September 2024. Have a good Friday afternoon. For representatives and both in person and by teleconferencing, get ready to come on. It's Department of Home Affairs, Department of Treasury.
Senator, Department of Home Affairs is on the phone line. Hello?
Yeah, I want to keep mine short too, but what time is it? 5:30 max. I have to leave by then.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
I understand
I can
that,
hear you guys. I'm on the phone from Canberra, but
thanks. We're about to kick off. Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer, to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. And for the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sam Reinhardt, Deputy Secretary for Fiscal Group.
Adam Cagliorini, First Assistant Secretary, Macroeconomic Group.
And Nick Latimer, Assistant Secretary, Centre for Population.
And we'll just jump over to those on teleconference.
Kyra Kavanagh, Group Manager, Immigration Policy, Department of Home Affairs.
Damien Kilner, First Assistant Secretary, Immigration Programs Division, Department of Home Affairs.
Also Nick Dowie, Assistant Secretary, the Housing Strategy Branch for the Department of the Treasury.
And Brendan McKenna, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Labour Market, Environment, Industry and Infrastructure Division in Treasury.
Is that all of us? Great. Thank you. Do you have a short opening statement?
We don't have one. I don't know about Home Affairs.
Does Home Affairs have a short opening statement?
No, we don't.
Thank you both for your cooperation, help. Over to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, firstly to Treasury officials, we asked a number of questions on notice in the last hearing. Could I ask the status of where those questions are?
They've been provided to the committee.
They have?
Yes.
Sometime during today. Yeah, but apologies. I think they have just been provided to the committee today.
Right. Okay. Have you provided the working documents on the calculations of the net overseas migration?
No, we haven't provided documents on the calculations of net overseas migration.
So I asked for all relevant working documents on the calculations, not the MyEFO forecast, because you've given evidence that that's not yet available, but the working documents on the calculation. Could you please provide those to the committee urgently, please? Because it's not conceivable that you have not done working calculations internally on the net overseas migration. So that is urgent. We need that in order to understand the impact of this bill. Can I ask you, what is the impact of the national planning level of 270,000 new commencements on net overseas migration?
So I'll start with me and then I'll hand to my colleagues who can probably provide a little bit of extra detail. On the announced student caps, we would expect that they would be broadly consistent with the numbers that were in MyEFO around net overseas migration and broadly consistent with the economic forecasts that were in MyEFO. Noting, however, that once we get to a new forecasting round, we'll be taking into account a lot of the changes across the board around net overseas migration as we do in any forecast and update. So I'm not saying they won't change, I'm just saying that the numbers that have come out of the planning level do not suggest that we would change the outcomes were we to redo the MyEFO forecasts.
So 24-25, the target the government has announced is 260,000.
270.
260.
So 260 is not a target, it's the forecast of the net overseas migration.
Well, that's, you say potato, I say potato. But anyway, that's the forecast, 260,000. So does that mean the national planning level
is consistent with that number? Yep.
And what about 27-28, 235,000 is the...
So 27-28 numbers for the national planning level have not...
No, for the... I know that. For the net overseas migration, the forecast is 235,000 in 27-28. So what national planning level will be required based on your own internal calculations to achieve 235,000 by 27-28?
So we haven't done calculations around those future numbers, and government is still to announce future national planning level numbers beyond 25.
I understand that. That's not my question. What are your internal calculations based on what the national planning level needs to be, and to reach a NOM of 235,000 in 27-28?
I'm not aware that we've done those calculations, Senator.
So have you done any calculations?
So we provided advice to government on their national planning levels, what the implications are for net overseas migration. So we as in Treasury, Home Affairs and the Department of Education and DEWA have worked on what the national planning level numbers, what the implications would be for student NOM and therefore to some degree for NOM. Now, I think I talked last time we were here about the fact that the national planning level, that is the 270 that's been announced, doesn't, it translates to likely net overseas student numbers, but it in no way guarantees them, because there are a number of factors that then impact on what the actual net overseas migration numbers are for students.
Right. If you could please provide those internal working documents, including those calculations, to the committee. They are very, very important, and they are a request of the Senate, of this Senate committee.
Okay, take that on notice.
Which is important, obviously, in the context of complying with the Senate rules. If I can just quickly go to Home Affairs. And Home Affairs is all online, is that correct, Chair?
They are.
Yes. So, Ministerial Direction 107, that's still in place. Can you please confirm?
That's correct, Senator.
Why is that still in place, given the Minister announced that that would be removed or discontinued? Is that a decision of Minister Burke?
So, Senator, the announcement, as I recall, stated that should the bill currently before Parliament pass, government would consider removing Ministerial Direction 107.
And sorry, because apologies, I wouldn't normally cut in so quickly, but I've just got a few minutes and we're really running. So when will Ministerial Direction 107 be revoked, please?
That's a matter for government, Senator.
Can I just ask how many international student visa applications by education provider have been issued for each year over the past 5 calendar years? Also, now you may need to take this on notice, the number of student visas granted to each education provider for each year over the past 5 years, and the number denied. If you could provide those that data on notice, please.
Yes, Senator, we will.
Could you also please provide the number of student visa applications received by month for the calendar years 23 and 24?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And also, could you please advise how many student visa appeals are currently the subject of an appeal in a tribunal or court, including the breakdown of this number by way of category of student visa dispute, meaning an appeal against a student visa refusal or cancellation, for instance, for failure to commence a course not attendance, not having the required finance, not being enrolled in the course, breach of work conditions and the like. Do you have any of that data available now?
No, we don't, Senator.
If you could please provide that, including the number of students involved in various and more than one case, so whether they've got a student visa appeal as well as there's also a protection visa application.
Yes, Senator, we'll provide that on note.
And just separately, can you provide the number of student visa cases that are subject of a protection visa application? Just very quickly, Could you please describe the upgrades to your systems that will be required as a result of the student caps? How long will that build take, and what other system changes required?
Do you want me to go into detail on that now?
Just a quick snapshot would be terrific, and any more detail you could provide on notice.
Certainly, Senator. So the department has several systems releases. So in this case, we're already working on system changes for our future release, which commences in November, which is our next major release. Obviously, for subject to these legislation effects coming into effect from 1 January, then those system changes will be made in our visa systems. We have a range of other systems, our integrity systems as well. Also, our links across to the Department of Education through PRISMs is another example, and of course our reporting system. So each of those systems are currently being worked on in anticipation of the legislation being passed for implementation on 1 January.
Has anyone in the department warned the minister that these system changes will not be ready or may not be ready by the 1st of January 2025?
It is not our expectation, Senator, that these system changes will not be ready. We expect these to be ready in time. In fact, the majority will be ready in November, as I mentioned, in line with our standard system, 6-monthly system change cycle.
How many students will be exempt under the proposed bill before the Parliament?
I'm not sure.
Well, there are a number of exemption categories under the bill. Government scholarships, the twinning arrangements, school students, there's a range of exemptions. Could you please provide the number of foreign students that you anticipate will be exempt from the international student caps?
Senator, because those categories are exempt, there is no limit, if you like. There's no.
No, I understand that, but what is the anticipated number of visas which will be issued in those exempt categories that you are anticipating?
Take that on notice. We'll have to take that on notice.
I mean, is it 20,000, 40,000, 50,000, 100,000? Have you done any internal work in relation to how many students will fall into the exempt categories?
Senator, those categories will continue to be demand-driven, and their ability to apply for a student visa will continue to depend on their obtaining a confirmation of enrolment.
No, I realise that, but in terms of your work, the Department of Home Affairs, what is the anticipated number of students which will be eligible for a student visa and who fall into an exempt category? As I say, I mean, you roughly know how many school students, for instance, how many students in total, and can you provide the anticipated breakdown by category as well for 2025?
Sure. So, Senator, what we could do is take a previous year as an example and come back to you on notice with the numbers in those categories.
Could you provide the data for this year, for instance?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. So just for example, for school sector, last program year, we received 12,528 applications. So far, and I'm talking July and August of this year, we've received 1,102, which is a consistent number for last year. So the overall numbers as a subset of the total visa grant and our capacity for processing is relatively small.
So what sorry, apologies for cutting in, but what I'm asking, because school students is a designated category, but under your systems, student visas issued by way of a twinning arrangement, for instance, is not a designated category, along with government scholarships, foreign government scholarships. What numbers are you anticipating will fall into the exempt category in those categories?
Senator, we'll take that on notice. I think as our colleagues from Education have stated in their evidence earlier, the precise definitions of those categories are still being worked on. We will be able to provide some numbers on notice once those definitions are finalised.
All right, I'll need to put the rest of my questions on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fruit.
Thanks, Chair. I might go to Home Affairs first. So my understanding is that multiple peak bodies from the higher education sector were briefed by your department following the announcement of caps and were advised that Direction 107 will be replaced by another system. Is that accurate?
So, Senator, we've been engaging in regular consultation with all the peak bodies. In fact, there's 8 peak bodies that we routinely engage with.
Yeah, I know that. But what my question is, sorry, I'm time limited. My question is 107 going to be replaced by another system, and did you advise them of that?
No, Senator, we have not given any indication to peak bodies that 107 would be replaced. As my colleague Ms Kavanagh mentioned, no decisions yet been made by government into the replacement of 107. It's obviously under consideration at the moment, subject to also the passing of the legislation. So we have been engaging regularly around 107, but not explicitly about the replacement of it.
I thought I heard Mr. Rimmer say that the new system would come into place in 1 January next year. So are you not aware of that?
Yeah, that's right, Senator. So
what do you mean? You just said you don't know whether it's even going to be replaced. Now you're saying yes, the new system will come in. So who's accurate and who isn't?
Senator, I think where the confusion here has crept in is that Minister Clare has publicly stated that government will consider the removal of MD 107 should the legislation pass. The way an MD works under the legal framework that we operate in is that if a minister wants to change or vary or remove an MD, they need to do it through issuance of a new MD, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. So there will be a new MD, but you don't. Do you know anything about this new MD and what it will do?
No, Senator. We know that government has signalled it's aware of concerns about the MD. It will consider removing it should the legislation pass. We're aware it's under active consideration, but the timing and nature of any such measure remains a matter for government.
Okay, but this is what I said. Mr. Rimmer said January 1 there will be new system. So you better check with each other whether the right hand is talking to the left hand, because we're getting this inconsistent, chaotic information throughout this process. Minister Clare has also said that the Ministerial Direction 107 is throttling the system. So I guess this system is going to be throttled for another few months.
No, Senator. So we are working within the guidance set by Ministerial Direction 107. However, it hasn't prevented us from finalising significant numbers of visas. So, for example, last program year, we finalised 485,124 student visas. Just for this last 2 months, July and August, we finalised 82,360 student visas. So it's not reducing our capacity to finalise. We are able to work within the existing ministerial direction to finalise applications, but we'll also work with any future guidance set by government in line with the 1 January changes should the bill come into effect.
Yeah, so you disagree with Minister Clare when Minister Clare says there is already effectively a mechanism that is throttling the system right now, and that's Ministerial Direction 107, and anybody who works at a university or works in the sector would know that. The impact of that is hurting our universities. Do you disagree with that?
I think you're asking for an opinion.
I'm not aware of that particular statement, but we are very well aware of concerns by the sector with MD 107. As I said, we're aware government will consider MD 107 should the legislation pass, and any purchasing direction to our staff from 1 January onwards will need to ensure that our entire program supports good delivery of the national planning level.
Okay, just a couple of questions for Treasury. During your last appearance, I asked about about whether you had modelled the economic, labour, and social costs of whatever the cap might be under various scenarios. Now we do have a number, which is 16%, which is a 16% cut from 2023 numbers, as far as I can gather, and probably a much bigger cut from 2024 numbers from what we have seen. Have you actually modelled now those economic, labour, and social costs? Do we have an idea of how it's going to impact society and economy?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We've, so as my colleague Ms Reinhardt said, the national planning level that came out was broadly consistent with the forecast that we had put out a budget for net overseas migration. That's really the key input into our economic forecast. So on the face of it, we would not have revised our budget forecast.
There's going to be no impact, you think, on the economy or social costs?
So, as I said, on the face of it, we're currently going through, we actually just kicked off our process for our MyUFO forecast as we speak. And we're going through that process now and examining, there's quite a bit of data to come between now and MyUFO, including some population data. We'll be observing the flow of data as it comes in, trying to understand any behavioural changes.
So you will do some more detailed modelling on this?
We will be looking at this quite closely.
And you will be looking at job losses and other things as well?
Well, we will be, but it is worth emphasising that we don't see the 270,000 as having a significant economic impact relative to where the current forecasts are. It's
everyone else that we have spoken to disagrees with you.
Yeah, so university stocks of students is back to pre-COVID level or slightly above. The flow of international student has been extremely high post-COVID. It's been a very big part of why the forecasts for NOM have been revised up so substantially. So I think it is worth keeping in mind that we've had a significant catch-up from post-COVID period, and we would expect a normalisation of international student numbers, and we think the 270,000 is a reasonable cap within current expectations of university.
You could ask the question then, why cap it if it's going to come down by itself? But anyway, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
So maybe I could... I think it is worth answering that question if you're happy to indulge me. It's about managing upside risk, which are quite significant.
Okay. Which the sector doesn't agree with at all. So if the sector doesn't agree, you're imposing something on them without really consulting them. So there's a problem there.
Sorry, did you want to answer that or make a comment to that? Or
No, I recognise the sector's not happy with it.
Thank you. Senator Pocock. Senator Pocock, are you with us?
Chair, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Oh, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I was hoping to start with some questions for Home Affairs. At the last round of hearings, you said that there was actually no NOM target for next year. I was interested if we now have an overall target, or we're still sort of just talking about reducing migration, but we actually have no target to head towards.
Senator, I believe the context for at the last hearing, the questions went to whether or not we will. I'd have to check my notes. I think that answer that I gave was in the context of questions around how the MPL might be formulated.
So we can.
In terms of NOM, though, I guess what I would say is in the migration strategy that was announced by government last year, government has made statements around measures in the migration strategy that span the full range of visa programs, contributing to the return of NOM to pre-pandemic levels by the end of 24-25. That is, I guess, the closest that government has come to, I guess, outlining a planned
Okay. So there's
sort of number around NOM.
sure. So there's no actual goal for net overseas migration for next year.
Net overseas migration is a forecast.
You have a goal for the what you want to try and get it to, or?
I'd take you back to that that statement that is in the migration strategy as released last December.
No, I heard that. It's one thing to say, pre-pandemic levels, but there are decades and decades of years pre-pandemic. So I'm interested. What I'm hearing is that we're hearing a lot of talk about reducing migration. I think there's a lot of people who would agree with that, but I'm also hearing that we don't actually have a number in mind. We're just reducing.
I can only repeat what the government has said. Yeah.
Okay, I'm interested in what Home Affairs is working towards.
Senator, we're not working towards a number.
Okay.
That's
fine.
Treasury of all policy changes that we are working on. They factor the impacts of those policy changes into their forecasting, and those non-forecasts are then released in line with the budget money.
Thank you. And then just another one for Home Affairs. One of the sort of reasons for this bill is to do with housing affordability. We saw that the head of the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council come out and say that makes no sense to them, and they don't think it's going to make the slightest dent. I'm interested, what was the sort of, what calculations or modelling did you have to show that this would actually improve housing availability and potentially affordability?
So I think just to relieve Home Affairs...
Home Affairs does not have policy responsibility for housing. I might leave that one to Treasury.
Yeah, I'm happy for us, if you're okay, Senator Pocock, I'm happy for us to talk to that a little bit. I think Mr Rimmer also spoke to this issue, and I have someone from the housing team online who's happy to have a chat about it. It is worth mentioning that the data that's often been cited is the 4% of the market, and that was 2021 data at the very trough of international student stock. So it's not the best data, is a polite way of putting it. And I think,
can I ask for your data?
Yeah, so what we can provide is the rental vacancy rates around a number of universities, which, like the rest of Australia, show pretty high stress numbers. So it's certainly it is only a factor, and we would not want to overplay that. But we think it is a factor, particularly in terms of short-run housing responses, as opposed to long one, which, as I think one of the senators today has said, is also about supply. But I want, I'll just...
could I just ask you on notice too, you refuted the 4% number. Could you provide what the more current number is in terms of overall share of the housing stock that's taken up by international students?
I'll have to take on notice whether we have that, but I might just check with Mr Dowie whether he's...
I suggest that it's pretty hard to refute stuff if you can't actually provide data to refute it.
So we can see what data we can provide. I think the point that Ms Reinhardt's making here, which was the data that Ms Lloyd Herberts used in her comments on Wednesday, was relying on that 4% figure. And that 4% figure was done in 2021 when the number of international students studying in Australia.
Sorry to cut you off. I get that. I'm interested if you can provide the current the current percentage if it's gone up?
We can provide the rental vacancy rates around universities. Whether we can provide the exact equivalent to the 4%, I'm less certain, but we'll certainly take it on notice.
Okay, thank you. And I'm interested on some of the things we've heard through this committee is that half of economic growth in 2023 was from international students. Does that line up with Treasury's understanding?
So in 2022-23, Senator, which was the previous financial year, basically the estimate of education exports that contributed about 1.3 percentage points to GDP growth, which was I'd have to check, but I think that was probably just under half of growth in that year. Last year, so in the most recent financial year, the data came out this week, contributed 0.8 percentage points to growth in 23-24, which is just over half, just a touch over half that growth in the year.
Okay,
0.8
thank you.
percentage points was its contribution.
With foreign students?
Was international exports.
Sorry, thank you. And so given that contribution, and then looking at the national accounts released this week, showing the slowest economic growth in decades, do you expect the reduction in international students, 60,000 less from Ministerial Directive 107 and 53,000 less from these caps, to hurt economic growth next year?
So I just want to briefly just put a bit of context on my previous answer, and then I'll answer this question if that's okay, Senator. I just should point out that in the previous year, in 22-23, education exports grew 82%, and that's because it was coming off a very low base. Going forward, we would expect some slowing in education exports as the stock of students resumes to more normal levels. But at the moment, we don't anticipate it would have a material effect on growth.
Okay, so despite 110,000 less students, you don't think that that'll affect growth at all?
We don't anticipate that it would have a material effect on growth, given that I think as the evidence we gave earlier, that the national planning level is consistent with the net overseas migration forecast that we had a budget.
Okay, thank you. And so the question Senator Faruqi was asking about your analysis of what the caps will be now that we have them. My understanding of your answer is that you're done modelling and you don't think it needs to be updated now that you have the caps, and you don't see it having much of an effect.
Sorry, Senator, we don't anticipate much of an effect, but we are currently in the process of updating our forecast for MAEFO. So we are actually going back and reviewing our forecasts at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then just finally, back to the Home Affairs. Minister Clare, when he announced the caps, I believe he said as part of these reforms, Ministerial Directive 107 will go. And I'm interested in sort of following up on the discussion you were having with Senators Henderson and Faruqi. What replaces Ministerial Direction 107 if it has to be replaced?
Senator, that's a matter under active consideration by government. As I said earlier,
you've provided advice to government on what that could be.
I don't believe we have, Senator.
Well, then I think you can tell me what you're working on. That's my understanding of how the committee works. If it hasn't gone to government, it's not cabinet in confidence.
What I mean, Senator, is I don't believe we've been asked for advice on that matter. but it is a fact that the minister, a ministerial direction is issued at the minister's prerogative.
The Education Minister or the Minister for Home Affairs?
No, the Minister for Home Affairs.
Okay, but the Education Minister is telling us it's going, so that's why I'm asking your department. Well, okay, well, what does it get replaced with?
The Minister for Home Affairs could issue a direction stating that Ministerial Direction 107 is to cease, but whether and when such a measure would be taken remains a matter for government.
Okay. Because there's just so many unknowns. This is sort of sounds like policy on the fly, and you're asking the Senate to make enormous decisions about our higher ed sector. It'd be great to have more information for the committee. But thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that a lot of this is the decisions of government and it's not your decision. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. I just want to thank you all for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 11th September 2024. And for all those that have come into Sydney, we do very much appreciate it. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you all to all witnesses who have appeared, and to Hansard and the broadcasting for their assistance and the wonderful job as always by the Secretariat. The committee has agreed that the responses to questions on notice should be provided by the 11th of September 2024. The committee stands adjourned.